Harper Audio presents Women by Charles Bukowski, performed by Christian Vasquez. Chapter 1. I was 50 years old and hadn't been to bed with a woman for 4 years. I had no women friends. I looked at them as I passed them on the streets or wherever I saw them, but I looked at them without yearning and with a sense of futility. I masturbated regularly, but the idea of having a relationship with a woman, even on non-sexual terms, was beyond my imagination. I had a 6-year-old daughter born out of wedlock. She lived with her mother, and I paid child support. I had been married years before at the age of 35. That marriage lasted 2.5 years. My wife divorced me. I had been in love only once. She had died of acute alcoholism. She died at 48 when I was 38. My wife had been 12 years younger than I. I believe that she, too, is dead now, although I'm not sure. She wrote me a long letter each Christmas for 6 years after the divorce. I never responded. I'm not sure when I first saw Lydia Vance. It was about 6 years ago, and I had just quit a 12-year job as a postal clerk and was trying to be a writer. I was terrified and drank more than ever. I was attempting my first novel. I drank a pint of whiskey and 2 6-packs of beer each night while writing. I smoked cheap cigars and typed and drank and listened to classical music on the radio until dawn. I set a goal of 10 pages a night, but I never knew until the next day how many pages I had written. I'd get up in the morning, vomit, then walk to the front room and look on the couch to see how many pages were there. I always exceeded my 10. Sometimes there were 17, 18, 23, 25 pages. Of course, the work of each night had to be cleaned up or thrown away. It took me 21 nights to write my first novel. The owners of the court where I then lived, who lived in the back, thought I was crazy. Each morning when I awakened, there would be a large brown paper bag on the porch. The contents varied, but mostly the bags contained tomatoes, radishes, oranges, green onions, cans of soup, red onions. I drank beer with them every other night until 4 or 5 a.m. The old man would pass out, and the old lady and I would hold hands, and I'd kiss her now and then. I always gave her a big one at the door. She was terribly wrinkled, but she couldn't help that. She was Catholic and looked cute when she put on her pink hat and went to church on Sunday morning. I think I met Lydia Vance at my first poetry reading. It was at a bookstore on Kenmore Ave, the drawbridge. Again, I was terrified, superior, yet terrified. When I walked in there, it was standing room only. Peter, who ran the store and was living with a black girl, had a pile of cash in front of him. "Shit," he said to me, "if I could always pack them in like this, I'd have enough money to take another trip to India." I walked in and they began applauding. As far as poetry readings were concerned, I was about to bust my cherry. I read 30 minutes and then called a break. I was still sober, and I could feel the eyes staring at me from out of the dark. They came up and talked to me. Then, during a lull, Lydia Vance walked up. I was sitting at a table drinking beer. She put both hands on the edge of the table, bent over, and looked at me. She had long brown hair, quite long, a prominent nose, and one eye didn't quite match the other. But she projected vitality. You knew that she was there. I could feel vibrations running between us. Some of the vibrations were confused and were not good, but they were there. She looked at me, and I looked back. Lydia Vance had on a suede cowgirl jacket with a fringe around the neck. Her breasts were good. I told her, I'd like to rip that fringe off your jacket. We could begin there. Lydia walked off. It hadn't worked. I never knew what to say to the ladies, but she had a behind. I watched that beautiful behind as she walked away. The seat of her blue jeans cradled it, and I watched it as she walked away. I finished the second half of the reading and forgot about Lydia, just as I forgot about the women I passed on the sidewalks. I took my money, signed some napkins, some pieces of paper, then left and drove back home. I was still working each night on the first novel. I never started writing until 6:18 p.m. That was when I used to punch in at the Terminal Annex Post Office. It was 6 p.m. when they arrived. Peter and Lydia Vance. I opened the door. Peter said, "Look, Henry, look what I brought you." Lydia jumped up on the coffee table. Her blue jeans fit tighter than ever. She flung her long brown hair from side to side. She was insane. She was miraculous. For the first time I considered the possibility of actually making love to her. She began reciting poetry, her own. It was very bad. Peter tried to stop her. No rhyming poetry in Henry Chinaski's house." "Let her go, Peter. I wanted to watch her buttocks." She strode up and down that old coffee table. Then she danced, she waved her arms. The poetry was terrible. The body and the madness weren't. Lydia jumped down. "How'd you like it, Henry?" "What?" "The poetry." "Hardly." Lydia stood there with her sheets of poetry in her hand. Peter grabbed her. "Let's fuck," he said to her. "Come on, let's fuck." "All right," Peter said. "Then I'm leaving." "So leave." "I got my car," Lydia said. "I can get back to my place." Peter ran to the door. He stopped and turned. "All right, Chinaski, don't forget what I brought you." He slammed the door and was gone. Lydia sat down on the couch near the door. I sat about a foot away from her. I looked at her. She looked marvelous. I was afraid. I reached out and touched her long hair. The hair was magic. I pulled my hand away. "Is all that hair really yours?" I asked. I knew it was. "Yes," she said. "It is." I put my hand under her chin and very awkwardly I tried to turn her head toward mine. I was not confident in these situations. I kissed her lightly. Lydia jumped up. "I've got to go. I'm paying a babysitter." "Look," I said, "stay. I'll pay. Just stay a while." "No, I can't," she said. "I've got to go." She walked to the door. I followed her. She opened the door. Then she turned. I reached for her one last time. She lifted up her face and gave me the tiniest kiss. Then she pulled away and put some typed papers in my hand. The door closed. I sat on the couch with the papers in my hand and listened to her car start. The poems were stapled together, mimeographed, and called Herrrr, Herrrr. I read some of them. They were interesting, full of humor and sexuality, but badly written. They were by Lydia and her three sisters, all so jolly and brave and sexy together. I threw the sheets away and I opened my pint of whiskey. It was dark outside. The radio played mostly Mozart and Brahms and the Bee. Chapter 2. A day or so later I got a poem in the mail from Lydia. It was a long poem, and it began, Come out, old troll, come out of your dark hole, old troll. Come out into the sunlight with us and let us put daisies in your hair. The poem went on to tell me how good it would feel to dance in the fields with female fawn creatures who would bring me joy and true knowledge. I put the letter in a dresser drawer. I was awakened the next morning by a knocking on the glass panes of my front door. It was 10:30 a.m. "Go away," I said. "It's Lydia." "All right, wait a minute." I put on a shirt and some pants and opened the door. Then I ran to the bathroom and vomited. I tried to brush my teeth, but only vomited again. The sweetness of the toothpaste turned my stomach. I came out. "You're sick," Lydia said. "Do you want me to leave?" "Oh, no, I'm all right. I always wake up like this." Lydia looked good. The light came through the curtains and shone on her. She had an orange in her hand and was tossing it in the air. The orange spun through the sunlit morning. "I can't stay," she said, "but I want to ask you something." "Sure. I'm a sculptress. I want to sculpt your head." "All right. You'll have to come to my place. I don't have a studio. We'll have to do it at my place. That won't make you nervous, will it?" "No. I wrote down her address and instructions how to get there. Try to show up by 11 in the morning. The kids come home from school in mid-afternoon, and it's distracting." "I'll be there at 11, I told her. I sat across from Lydia in her breakfast nook. Between us was a large mound of clay. She began asking questions. "Are your parents still alive?" "No." "You like L.A.? It's my favorite city." "Why do you write about women the way you do?" "Like what?" "You know." "No, I don't." "Well, I think it's a damned shame that a man who writes as well as you do just doesn't know anything about women." I didn't answer. Damn it. What did Lisa do with... She began searching the room. "Oh, little girls who run off with their mother's tools." Lydia found another one. "I'll make this one do. Hold still now. Relax, but hold still." I was facing her. She worked at the mound of clay with a wooden tool tipped with a loop of wire. She waved the tool at me over the mound of clay. I watched her. Her eyes looked at me. They were large, dark brown. Even her bad eye, the one that didn't quite match the other, looked good. I looked back. Lydia worked. Time passed. I was in a trance. Then she said, "How about a break? Care for a beer?" "Fine, yes." Then she got up to go to the refrigerator. I followed her. She got the bottle out and closed the door. As she turned, I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her to me. I put my mouth and body against hers. She held the beer bottle out at arm's length with one hand. I kissed her. I kissed her again. Lydia pushed me away. "All right," she said. "Enough. We have work to do." We sat back down, and I drank my beer while Lydia smoked a cigarette, the clay between us. Then the doorbell rang. Lydia got up. A fat woman stood there with frantic, pleading eyes. "This is my sister, Gwendoline." "Hi." Gwendoline pulled up a chair and started talking. She could talk. If she was a sphinx, she could have talked. If she was a stone, she could have talked. I wondered when she'd get tired and leave. Even after I stopped listening, it was like being battered with tiny ping-pong balls. Gwendoline had no concept of time or any idea that she might be intruding. She talked on and on. "Listen," I said finally, "when are you going to leave?" Then a sister act began. They began talking to each other. They were both standing up, waving their arms at each other. The voices pitched higher. They threatened each other with physical harm. At last, near the world's end, Gwendoline did a gigantic twist of torso and flung herself out of the doorway through the large, flat bang of the screen door and was gone, but still heard, ignited and bemoaning, down to her apartment in the back of the court. Liddy and I went back to the breakfast nook and sat down. She picked up her sculptor's tool. Her eyes looked into mine. Chapter 3. One morning a few days later I entered Lydia's courtyard as she was walking in from the alley. She'd been over to see her friend Tina, who lived in an apartment house on the corner. She looked electric that morning, much like the first time she'd come over with the orange. "Ooh," she said, "you got on a new shirt." It was true. I had bought the shirt because I was thinking about her, about seeing her. I knew she knew that and was making fun of me, yet I didn't mind. Lydia unlocked the door and we went inside. The clay sat in the center of the breakfast nook table under a wet cloth. She pulled the cloth off. "What do you think?" Lydia hadn't spared me. The scars were there, the alcoholic nose, the monkey mouth, the eyes narrowed to slits. And there was the pleased grin of a happy man, ridiculous, feeling his luck and wondering why. She was 30 and I was over 50. I didn't care. "Yes," I said, "you got me down. I like it. But it looks almost finished. I'm going to be depressed when it's done. There have been some great mornings and afternoons." "Has it interfered with your writing?" "No, I only write after it gets dark. I can never write in the day." Lydia picked up her modeling tool and looked at me. "Don't worry, I have a lot more work to do. I want to get this one right." At her first break, she got a pint of whiskey out of the refrigerator. "Ah," I said. "How much?" she asked, holding up a tall water glass. "Half and half." She fixed the drink, and I drank it right down. "I've heard about you," she said. "Like what?" "About how you throw guys off your front porch, that you beat your women." "Beat my women?" "Yeah, somebody told me." I grabbed Lydia, and we went into our longest kiss ever. I held her against the edge of the sink and began rubbing my cock against her. She pushed me away, but I caught her again in the center of the kitchen. Lydia's hand reached for mine and pushed it down the front of her jeans and into her panties. One fingertip felt the top of her cunt. It was wet. As I continued to kiss her, I worked my finger down into her cunt. Then I pulled my hand out, broke away, got the pint, and poured myself another drink. I sat back down at the breakfast nook table, and Lydia went around to the other side, sat down, and looked at me. Then she began working on the clay again. I drank my whiskey slowly. "Look," I said, "I know your tragedy." "What?" "I know your tragedy." "What do you mean?" "Listen," I said, "just forget it." "I want to know." "I don't want to hurt your feelings." "I want to know what the hell you're talking about." "Okay, if you give me another drink, I'll tell you." "All right." Lydia took my empty glass and gave me half whiskey, half water. I drank it down again. "Well," she asked. "Hell, you know." "Know what?" "You've got a big pussy." "What?" "It's not uncommon. You've had 2 children." Lydia sat silently working on the clay. Then she laid down her tool. She walked over to the corner of the kitchen near the back door. I watched her bend down and pull her boots off. Then she pushed down her jeans and her panties. Her cunt was right there looking at me. "All right, you bastard," she said. "I'm going to show you you're wrong." I took off my shoes, pants, and shorts. I got down on my knees on the linoleum floor, and then eased down on top of her, stretching out. I began to kiss her. I hardened quickly and felt myself penetrate her. I began to stroke. 1, 2, 3. There was a knock on the front door. It was a child's knock, tiny fists, frantic, persistent. Lydia quickly pushed me off. "It's Lisa. She didn't go to school today. She's been over it." Lydia jumped up and began pulling her clothes on. "Get dressed," she said to me. I got dressed as quickly as I could. Lydia went to the door, and there was her 5-year-old daughter. "Mommy, Mommy, I cut my finger." I wandered into the front room. Lydia had Lisa on her lap. "Oh, let Mommy see. Oh, let Mommy kiss your finger. Mommy will make it better. Mommy, it hurts." I looked at the cut. It was almost invisible. "Look," I told Lydia finally, "I'll see you tomorrow." "I'm sorry," she said. "I know." Lisa looked up at me. The tears were coming and coming. "Lisa won't let anything bad happen to her mama," Lydia said. I opened the door, closed the door, and walked to my 1962 Mercury Comet. Chapter 4. I was editing a little magazine at the time, The Laxative Approach. I had 2 co-editors, and we felt that we were printing the best poets of our time, also some of the other kind. One of the editors was a 6'2" subnormal high school dropout, Kenneth Mullock, black, who was supported partly by his mother and partly by his sister. The other editor was Sammy Levinson, Jewish, 27, who lived with his parents and was supported by them. The sheets were printed. Now we had to collate them and staple them into the covers. "What you do," said Sammy, "is throw a collating party. You serve drinks and a little bullshit and let them do the work." "I hate parties," I said. "I'll do the inviting," said Sammy. "All right," I said, and I invited Lydia. The night of the party, Sammy arrived, with the sheets already collated. He was a nervous sort with a head tic, and he hadn't been able to wait to see his poems in print. He had collated The Laxative Approach all by himself and then stapled the covers on. Kenneth Mullock was not to be found. He probably was either in jail or had been committed. People arrived. I knew very few of them. I walked to my landlady's in the back court. She came to the door. "I'm having a big party, Mrs. O'Keefe, and I want you and your husband to come. Plenty of beer, pretzels, and chips." "Oh, my God, no." "What's the matter?" "I've seen the people going in there. Those beards and all that hair and those raggedy-ass clothes, bracelets and beads. They look like a bunch of communists. How can you stand people like that?" "I can't stand those people either, Mrs. O'Keefe. We just drink beer and talk. It doesn't mean anything." "You watch them. That kind will steal the plumbing." She closed the door. Lydia arrived late. She came through the door like an actress. The first thing I noticed was her large cowboy hat with a lavender feather pinned to the side. She didn't speak to me, but immediately sat down next to a young bookstore clerk and began an intense conversation with him. I began drinking more heavily, and some of the drive and humor left my conversation. The bookstore clerk was a good enough sort, trying to be a writer. His name was Randy Evans, but he was too far into Kafka to accomplish any kind of literary clarity. We had published him in The Laxative Approach rather than hurt his feelings, and also to get distribution for the magazine through his bookstore. Beer and wandered around. I walked out on the back porch, stood on the stoop in the alley, and watched a large black cat trying to get into a garbage can. I walked down towards him. He leaped off the garbage can as I approached. He stood 3 or 4 feet away, watching me. I took the lid off the garbage can. The stench was horrible. I puked into the can. I dropped the lid on the pavement. The cat leaped up, stood, all 4 feet together upon the rim of the can. He hesitated, Then, brilliant under a half-moon, he leaped into it all. Lydia was still talking to Randy, and I noticed that under the table one of her feet was touching one of Randy's. I opened another beer. Sammy had the crowd laughing. I was a little better at it than he was when I wanted to get the crowd laughing, but I wasn't very good that night. There were 15 or 16 men and 2 women, Lydia and April. April was on ATD and fat. She was stretched out on the floor. After an hour or so, she got up and left with Carl, a burned-out speed freak. That left 15 or 16 men and Lydia. I found a pint of scotch in the kitchen, took it out on the back porch, and had a bite now and then. The men began leaving gradually as the night went on. Even Randy Evans left. Finally, there was only Sammy, Lydia, and myself. Lydia was talking to Sammy. Sammy said some funny things. I was able to laugh. Then he said he had to go. "Please don't go, Sammy," said Lydia. "Let the kid go," I said. "Yeah, I gotta go," said Sammy. After Sammy left, Lydia said, "You didn't have to drive him away. Sammy's funny. Sammy's really funny. You've hurt his feelings. But I want to talk to you alone, Lydia. I enjoy your friends. I don't get to meet all kinds of people the way you do. I like people." "I don't." "I know you don't, but I do. People come to see you. Maybe if they didn't come to see you, you'd like them better." "No, the less I see them, the better I like them." "You hurt Sammy's feelings." "Oh, shit, he's gone home to his mother." "You're jealous. You're insecure. You think I want to go to bed with every man I talk to." "No, I don't. Listen, how about a little drink?" I got up and mixed her one. Lydia lit a long cigarette and sipped her drink. "You sure look good in that hat," I said. "That purple feather is something. It's Mother's hat. Won't he miss it? He's dead." I pulled Lydia over to the couch and gave her a long kiss. She told me about her father. He had died and left all 4 sisters a bit of money. That had enabled them to be independent and had enabled Lydia to divorce her husband. She also told me she'd had some kind of breakdown and spent time in a madhouse. I kissed her again. "Look," I said, "let's lay down on the bed. I'm tired." To my surprise, she followed me into the bedroom. I stretched out on the bed and felt her sit down. I closed my eyes and could tell she was pulling her boots off. I heard one boot hit the floor, then the other. I began to undress on the bed. I reached up and shut off the overhead light. I continued undressing. We kissed some more. "How long has it been since you had a woman?" 4 years. 4 years? "Yes." "I think you deserve some love," she said. "I had a dream about you. I opened your chest like a cabinet. It had doors, and when I opened the doors, I saw all kinds of soft things inside you, teddy bears, tiny fuzzy animals, all these soft, cuddly things. Then I had a dream about this other man. He walked up to me and handed me some pieces of paper. He was a writer. I took the pieces of paper and looked at them. And the pieces of paper had cancer. His writing had cancer. I go by my dreams. You deserve some love." We kissed again. "Listen," she said, "after you stick that thing inside me, pull it out just before you come, okay?" "I understand." I climbed on top of her. It was happening, something real. And with a girl 20 years younger than I was, and really, after all, beautiful. I did about 10 strokes and came inside of her. She leaped up. "You son of a bitch! You came inside of me!" "Lydia, it's been so long. It felt so good. I couldn't help it. It sneaked up on me. Honest to Christ, I couldn't help it." She ran into the bathroom and let the water run into the tub. She stood in front of the mirror running a comb through her long brown hair. She was truly beautiful. "You son of a bitch. God, what a dumb high school trick. That's high school shit, and it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Well, where's shack jobs now? Where's shack jobs now?" I moved toward her in the bathroom. "Lydia, I love you." "Get the hell away from me." She pushed me out, closed the door, and I stood out in the hall listening to the bathwater run. Chapter 5. I didn't see Lydia for a couple of days, although I did manage to phone her 6 or 7 times during that period. Then the weekend arrived. Her ex-husband, Gerald, always took the children over the weekend. I drove up to her court about 11 a.m. that Saturday morning and knocked. She was in tight blue jeans, boots, orange blouse. Her eyes seemed a darker brown than ever, and in the sunlight as she opened the door I noticed a natural red in her dark hair. It was startling. She allowed me to kiss her. Then she locked the door behind us, and we went to my car. We had decided on the beach, not for bathing, it was midwinter, but for something to do. We drove along. It felt good having Lydia in the car with me. "That was some party," she said. "You call that a collating party? That was a copulating party, that's what that was, a copulating party." I drove with one hand and rested the other on her inner thigh. I couldn't help myself. Lydia didn't seem to notice. As I drove along, the hand slid down between her legs. She went on talking. Suddenly she said, "Take your hand off, that's my pussy." "Sorry," I said. Neither of us said anything until we reached the parking lot at Venice Beach. "You want a sandwich and a Coke or something?" I asked. "All right," she said. We went into the small Jewish delicatessen to get the things, and we took them to a knoll of grass that overlooked the sea. We had sandwiches, pickles, chips, and soft drinks. The beach was almost deserted, and the food tasted fine. Lydia was not talking. I was amazed at how quickly she ate. She ripped into her sandwich with a savagery, took large swallows of Coke, ate half a pickle in one bite, and reached for a handful of potato chips. I am, on the contrary, a very slow eater. Passion, I thought. She has passion. "How's the sandwich?" I asked. "Pretty good." I was hungry. "They make good sandwiches. Do you want anything else?" "Yes. I'd like a candy bar." "What kind?" "Oh, any kind, something good." I took a bite of my sandwich, a swallow of Coke, put them down, and walked over to the store. I bought 2 candy bars so that she might have a choice. As I walked back, a tall black man was moving toward the knoll. It was a chilly day, but he had his shirt off, and he had a very muscular body. He appeared to be in his early 20s. He walked very slowly and erect. He had a long, slim neck, and a gold earring hung from the left ear. He passed in front of Lydia, along the sand on the ocean side of the knoll. I came up and sat down beside Lydia. "Did you see that guy?" she asked. "Yes." "Jesus Christ. Here I am with you. You're 20 years older than I am. I could have something like that. What the hell's wrong with me?" "Look, here are a couple of candy bars. Take one." She took one, ripped the paper off, took a bite, and watched the young black man as he walked away along the shore. "I'm tired of the beach," she said. "Let's go back to my place." We remained apart a week. Then one afternoon I was over at Lydia's place, and we were on her bed, kissing. Lydia pulled away. "You don't know anything about women, do you?" "What do you mean?" I mean, I can tell by reading your poems and stories that you just don't know anything about women. Tell me more. Well, I mean, for a man to interest me, he's got to eat my pussy. Have you ever eaten pussy? No. You're over 50 years old and you've never eaten pussy? No. It's too late. Why? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Sure you can. No, it's too late for you. I've always been a slow starter. Lydia got up and walked into the other room. She came back with a pencil and a piece of paper. Look now, I want to tell you something. She began to draw on the paper. Now this is a cunt, and here is something you probably don't know about, the clit. This is where the feeling is. The clit hides, you see. It comes out now and then. It's pink and very sensitive. Sometimes it will hide from you, and you have to find it. You just touch it with the tip of your tongue. Okay, I said. I've got it. I don't think you can do it. I tell you, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Let's take off our clothes and lay down. We undressed and stretched out. I began kissing Lydia. I dropped from the lips to the neck, then down to the breasts. Then I was down at the belly button. I moved lower. No, you can't, she said. Blood and pee come out of there. Think of it, blood and pee. I got down there and began licking. She had drawn an accurate picture for me. Everything was where it was supposed to be. I heard her breathing heavily, then moaning. It excited me. I got a hard-on. The clit came out, but it wasn't exactly pink. It was purplish pink. I teased the clit. Juices appeared and mixed with the cunt hairs. Lydia moaned and moaned. Then I heard the front door open and close. I heard footsteps. I looked up. A small black boy about 5 years old stood beside the bed. "What the hell do you want?" I asked him. "You got any empty bottles?" he asked me. "No, I don't have any empty bottles," I told him. He walked out of the bedroom into the front room, out the front door, and was gone. "God," said Lydia, I thought the front door was locked. That was Bonnie's little boy." Lydia got up and locked the front door. She came back and stretched out. It was about 4 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon. I ducked back down. Chapter 6. Lydia liked parties, and Harry was a party giver, so we're on our way to Harry Ascot's. Harry was the editor of Retort, a little magazine. His wife wore long see-through dresses, showed her panties to the men, and went barefoot. "The first thing I liked about you," said Lydia, "was that you didn't have a TV in your place. My ex-husband looked at TV every night and all through the weekend. We even had to arrange our love-making to fit the TV schedule. Another thing I liked about your place was that it was filthy. Beer bottles all over the floor, lots of trash everywhere, dirty dishes, and a shit ring in your toilet, and the crud in your bathtub. All those rusty razor blades laying around the bathroom sink. I knew that you would eat pussy." "You judge a man according to his surroundings, right?" "Right. When I see a man with a tidy place, I know there's something wrong with him. And if it's too tidy, he's a fag." We drove up and got out. The apartment was upstairs. The music was loud. I rang the bell. Harry Ascot answered the door. He had a gentle and generous smile. "Come in," he said. The literary crowd was in there drinking wine and beer, talking, gathered in clusters. Lydia was excited. I looked around and sat down. Dinner was about to be served. Harry was a good fisherman. He was a better fisherman than he was a writer, and a much better fisherman than he was an editor. The Ascots lived on fish, while waiting for Harry's talents to start bringing in some money. Diana, his wife, came out with the plates of fish and passed them around. Lydia sat next to me. "Now," she said, "this is how you eat a fish. I'm a country girl. Watch me." She opened that fish. She did something with her knife to the backbone. The fish was in two neat pieces. "Oh, I really like that," said Diana. "Where did you say you were from?" "Utah. Mule's Head, Utah. Population 100. I grew up on a ranch. My father was a drunk. He's dead now. Maybe that's why I'm with him." She jerked a thumb at me. We ate. After the fish was consumed, Diana carried the bones away. Then there was chocolate cake and strong, cheap red wine. "It's good," said Lydia. "Can I have another piece?" "Sure, darling," said Diana. "Mr. Chinaski," said a dark-haired girl from across the room, "I've read translations of your books in Germany. You're very popular in Germany." "That's nice," I said. "I wish they'd send me some royalties." "Look," said Lydia, "let's not talk about literary crap. Let's do something." She leaped up and did a bump and grind. "Let's dance." Harry Ascot put on his gentle and generous smile and walked over and turned up the stereo. He turned it up as loud as it would go. Lydia danced around the room, and a young blond boy with ringlets glued to his forehead joined her. They began dancing together. Others got up and danced. I sat there. Randy Evans was sitting next to me. I could see he was watching Lydia too. He began talking. He talked and talked. Thankfully, I couldn't hear him. The stereo was too loud. I watched Lydia dance with the boy with the ringlets. Lydia could move it. Her movements lurked upon the sexual. I looked at the other girls, and they didn't seem to be dancing that way, but I thought, that's only because I know Lydia and I don't know them. Randy kept on talking, even though I didn't answer. The dance ended, and Lydia came back and sat down next to me. "Oh, I'm pooped. I think I'm out of shape." Another record dropped into place, and Lydia got up and joined the boy with the golden ringlets. I kept drinking beer and wine. There were many records. Lydia and the boy danced and danced, center stage as the others moved around them, each dance more intimate than the last. I kept drinking the beer and the wine. A loud, wild dance was in progress. The boy with the golden ringlets raised both hands above his head. Lydia pressed against him. It was dramatic, erotic. They held their hands high over their heads and pressed their bodies together, body against body. He kicked his feet back one at a time. Lydia imitated him. They stared into each other's eyes. I had to admit they were good. The record went on and on. Finally it ended. Lydia came back and sat down next to me. "I'm really pooped," she said. "Look," I said, "I think I've had too much to drink. Maybe we ought to get out of here." "I've watched you pouring it down." "Let's go. There'll be other parties." We got up to leave. Lydia said something to Harry and Diana. When she came back, we walked toward the door. As I opened it, the boy with the golden ringlets came up to me. "Hey, man, what do you think of me and your girl?" "You're okay." When we got outside, I began vomiting. All the beer and the wine came up. It poured and splattered into the brush, across the sidewalk, a gusher in the moonlight. Finally, I straightened up and wiped my mouth with my hand. "That guy worried you, didn't he?" she asked. "Yes." "Why?" "It almost seemed like a fuck, maybe better." "It didn't mean anything. It was just dancing." "Suppose that I grabbed a woman on the street like that. Would music make it all right?" "You don't understand. Every time I finished dancing, I came back and sat down next to you." Okay, I said. Wait a minute. I puked up another gusher on somebody's dying brush. We walked down the hill out of the Echo Park district toward Hollywood Boulevard. We got into the car. It started, and we drove west down Hollywood toward Vermont. "You know what we call guys like you?" asked Lydia. "No." "We call them," she said, "party poopers." Chapter 7. We came in low over Kansas City. The pilot said the temperature was 20 degrees, and there I was in my thin California sports coat and shirt, lightweight pants, summer stockings, and holes in my shoes. As we landed and taxied toward the ramp, everybody was reaching for overcoats, gloves, hats, mufflers. I let them all get off and then climbed down the portable stairway. There was Frenchie leaning against a building and waiting. Frenchie taught drama and collected books, mostly mine. "Welcome to Kansas.It, Chinaski," he said, and handed me a bottle of tequila. I took a good gulp and followed him into the parking lot. I had no baggage, just a portfolio full of poems. The car was warm and pleasant. We passed the bottle. The roadways were frozen over with ice. "Not everybody can drive in this fucking kind of ice," said Frenchie. "You've got to know what you're doing." I opened the portfolio and began reading Frenchie, a love poem Lydia had handed me at the airport. "Your purple cock curved like a... When I squeeze your pimples, bullets of pus like sperm." "Oh, shit!" hollered Frenchie. The car went into a spin. Frenchie worked at the steering wheel. "Frenchie," I said, lifting the tequila bottle and taking a hit, "we're not going to make it." We spun off the road and into a 3-foot ditch which divided the highway. I handed him the bottle. We got out of the car and climbed out of the ditch. We thumbed passing cars, sharing what was left of the bottle. Finally a car stopped. A man in his mid-20s, drunk, was at the wheel. "Where are you fellas going?" "A poetry reading," said Frenchie. "A poetry reading? Yeah, at the university." "All right, get in." He was a liquor salesman. The back seat of his car was packed with cases of beer. "Have a beer," he said, "and get me one, too." He got us there. We drove right up into the campus center and parked on the lawn in front of the auditorium. We were only 15 minutes late. I got out, vomited. Then we all walked in together. We had stopped for a pint of vodka to get me through the reading. I read about 20 minutes, then put the poems down. "This shit bores me," I said. "Let's talk to each other." I ended up screaming things at the audience, and they screamed back at me. That audience wasn't bad. They were doing it for free. After about another 30 minutes, a couple of professors got me out of there. "We've got a room for you, Chinaski," one of them said, "in the woman's dormitory." "In the woman's dorm?" "That's right, a nice room." It was true. Up on the 3rd floor. One of the profs had brought a 5th of whiskey. Another gave me a check for the reading plus airfare, and we sat around and drank the whiskey and talked. I blacked out. When I came to, everybody was gone, and there was half a 5th left. I sat there drinking and thinking, hey, you're Chinaski the legend. You got an image. Now you're in the woman's dorm. Hundreds of women in this place. Hundreds of them. All I had on were my shorts and stockings. I walked out into the hall up to the nearest door. I knocked. "Hey, I'm Henry Chinaski, the immortal writer. Open up. I want to show you something." I heard the girls giggling. "Okay, now," I said, "how many of you are in there? 2, 3, it doesn't matter. I can handle 3, no problem. Hear me? Open up. I have this huge purple thing. Listen, I'll beat on the door with it." I took my fist and beat on the door. They kept giggling. "So, you're not gonna let Chinaski in, eh? Well, fuck you." I tried the next door. "Hey, girls, this is the best boat of the last 1800 years. Open the door. I'm gonna show you something. Sweet meat for your vaginal lips." I tried the next door. I tried all the doors on that floor. And then I walked down the stairway and worked all the doors on the second floor, and then all the doors on the first. I had the whiskey with me, and I got tired. It seemed like hours since I'd left my room. I drank as I walked along. No luck. I'd forgotten where my room was, which floor it was on. All I wanted finally was to get back to my room. I tried all the doors again, this time, silently, very conscious of my shorts and stockings. No luck. The greatest men are the most alone. Back on the third floor, I twisted a doorknob and the door opened. There was my portfolio of poems, the empty drinking glasses, ashtrays full of cigarette stubs, my pants, my shirt, my shoes, my coat. It was a wonderful sight. I closed the door, sat down on the bed, and finished the bottle of whiskey that I had been carrying with me. I awakened. It was daylight. I was in a strange, clean place with 2 beds, drapes, TV, bath. It appeared to be a motel room. I got up and opened the door. There was snow and ice out there. I closed the door and looked around. There was no explanation. I had no idea where I was. I was terribly hungover and depressed. I reached for the telephone and placed a long-distance call to Lydia in Los Angeles. "Baby, I don't know where I am." "I thought you went to Kansas City." "I did, but now I don't know where I am. You understand? I opened the door and looked, and there's nothing but frozen roads, ice, snow." "Where were you staying?" "Last thing I remember, I had a room in the women's dorm." "Well, you probably made an ass out of yourself and they moved you to a motel. Don't worry, somebody will show up to take care of you." "Christ, don't you have any sympathy for my situation?" "You made an ass out of yourself. You generally always make an ass out of yourself." "What do you mean, generally always?" "You're just a lousy drunk," Lydia said. "Take a warm shower." She hung up. I walked over to the bed and stretched out. It was a nice motel room, but it lacked character. I'd be damned if I'd take a shower. I thought of turning on the TV. I slept, finally. There was a knock on the door. 2 bright young college boys stood there ready to take me to the airport. I sat on the edge of the bed, putting on my shoes. "We got time for a couple at the airport bar before takeoff?" I asked. "Sure, Mr. Chinaski," one of them said. "Anything you want." "Okay," I said, "then let's get the fuck out of here." Chapter 8. I got back, made love to Lydia several times, got in a fight with her, and left L.A. International late one morning to give a reading in Arkansas. I was lucky enough to have a seat by myself. The flight captain announced himself, if I heard correctly, as Captain Winehead. When the stewardess came by, I ordered a drink. I was certain I knew one of the stewardesses. She lived in Long Beach, had read some of my books, had written me a letter enclosing her photo and phone number. I recognized her from the photo. I'd never gotten around to meeting her, but I called a number of times, and one drunken night we had screamed at each other over the phone. She stood up front, trying not to notice me as I stared at her behind and her calves and her breasts. We had lunch, saw the game of the week, the after-lunch wine burned my throat, and I ordered 2 Bloody Marys. When we got to Arkansas, I transferred to a small 2-engine job. When the propellers started up, the wings began to vibrate and shake. They looked like they might fall off. We lifted off, and the stewardess asked if anybody wanted a drink. By then, we all needed one. She staggered and wobbled up and down the aisle selling drinks. Then she said loudly, "Drink up, we're going to land." We drank up and landed. 15 minutes later, we were up again. The stewardess asked if anybody wanted a drink. By then, we all needed one. Then she said loudly, "Drink up, we're going to land." Professor Peter James and his wife Selma were there to meet me. Selma looked like a movie star with much more class. "You're looking great," said Pete. "Your wife's looking great. You've got 2 hours before the reading." Pete drove to their place. It was a split-level house with a guest room on the lower level. I was shown to my bedroom downstairs. "You want to eat?" Pete asked. "No, I feel like I'm going to vomit." We went upstairs. Backstage, just before the reading, Pete filled a water pitcher with vodka and orange juice. An old woman runs the readings. She'd cream in her panties if she knew you were drinking. She's a nice old girl, but she still thinks poetry is about sunsets and doves in flight. I went out and read. SRO. The luck was holding. They were like any other audience. They didn't know how to handle some of the good poems, and during others they laughed at the wrong times. I kept reading and pouring from the water pitcher. "What's that you're drinking?" "This," I said, "is orange juice mixed with life." "Do you have a girlfriend?" "I'm a virgin." "Why did you seek to become a writer?" "Next question, please." I read some more. I told them I'd flown in with Captain Winehead and had seen the game of the week. I told them that when I was in good spiritual shape, I ate off 1 dish and then washed it immediately. I read some more poems. I read poems until the water pitcher was empty. Then I told them the reading was over. There was a bit of autographing, and we went to a party at Pete's house. I did my Indian dance, my belly dance, and my broken ass in the wind dance. It's hard to drink when you dance, and it's hard to dance when you drink. Peter knew what he was doing. He had couch chairs lined up to separate the dancers from the drinkers. Each could go their own way without bothering the other. Pete walked up. He looked around the room at the women. "Which one do you want?" he asked. "Is it that easy?" It's just Southern hospitality. There was one I had noticed, older than the others, with protruding teeth, but her teeth protruded perfectly, pushing the lips out like an open, passionate flower. I wanted my mouth on that mouth. She wore a short skirt, and her pantyhose revealed good legs that kept crossing and uncrossing as she laughed and drank and tugged at her skirt, which would just not stay down. I sat next to her. I started to say, "I know who you are. I was at your reading." "Thanks. I'd like to eat your pussy. I've gotten pretty good at it. I'll drive you crazy." "What do you think of Allen Ginsberg? Look, don't get me off the track. I want your mouth, your legs, your ass." "All right," she said. "See you soon. I'm in the bedroom downstairs." I got up, left her, had another drink. A young guy, at least 6 feet 6 inches tall, walked up to me. "Look, Chinaski, I don't believe all that shit about you living on Skid Row and knowing all the dope dealers, pimps, whores, junkies, horse players, fighters, and drunks." It's partly true." "Bullshit," he said, and walked off. A literary critic. Then this blonde, about 19, with rimless glasses and a smile, walked up. The smile never left. "I want to fuck you," she said. "It's your face." "What about my face?" "It's magnificent. A face with my cunt." "It might be the other way around." "Don't bet on it." "You're right. Cunts are indestructible." I went back to the couch and started playing with the legs of the one with the short skirt and the moist flower lips, whose name was Lillian. The party ended, and I went downstairs with Lily. We undressed and sat propped against the pillows drinking vodka and vodka mix. There was a radio, and the radio played. Lily told me that she had worked for years to put her husband through college, and then when he had gotten his professorship, he had divorced her. "That's shaggy," I said. "You been married?" "Yes." "What happened?" "Mental cruelty, according to the divorce papers." "Was it true?" she asked. "Of course, both ways." I kissed Lily. It was as good as I had imagined it would be, the flower mouth open. We clasped. I sucked on her teeth. We broke. "I think you," she said, looking at me with wide and beautiful eyes, "are one of the 2 or 3 best writers of today." I switched off the bed lamp fast. I kissed her some more, played with her breasts and body, then went down on her. I was drunk, but I think I did okay. But after that, I couldn't do it the other way. I rode and rode and rode. I was hard, but I couldn't come. Finally, I rolled off and went to sleep. In the morning, Lily was flat on her back, snoring. I went in the bathroom, pissed, brushed my teeth, and washed my face. Then I crawled back into bed. I turned her toward me and started playing with her parts. I'm always very horny when hung over. Not horny to eat, but horny to blast. Fucking was the best cure for hangovers. It got all the parts ticking again. Her breath was so bad that I didn't want the flower mouth. I mounted. She gave a small groan. For me it was very good. I don't think I gave her more than 20 strokes before I came. After a while I heard her get up and walk to the bathroom. Lillian. By the time she came back, I had turned my back to her and was nearly asleep. After 15 minutes, she got out of bed and began to dress. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I've got to get out of here. I've got to take my kids to school." Lillian closed the door and ran up the stairway. I got up, walked to the bathroom, and stared for a while at my face in the mirror. At 10 a.m., I went upstairs for breakfast. I found Pete and Selma. Selma looked great. How did one get a Selma? The dogs of this world never ended up with a Selma. Dogs ended up with dogs. Selma served us breakfast. She was beautiful, and one man owned her, a college professor. That was not quite right, somehow. Educated hotshot smoothies. Education was the new god, and educated men the new plantation masters. It was a damn good breakfast, I told him. Thanks much. "How was Lily?" Pete asked. "Lily was very good." "You've got to read again tonight, you know. It'll be at a smaller college, more conservative." All right, I'll be careful." "What are you going to read?" "Old stuff, I guess." We finished our coffee and walked into the front room and sat down. The phone rang. Pete answered, talked, then turned to me. Guy from the local paper wants to interview you." "What'll I tell him?" "Tell him all right." Pete relayed the answer, then walked over and picked up my latest book and a pen. "I thought you might want to write something in this for Lily." I opened the book to the title page. "Dear Lily," I wrote, "you will always be part of my life. Henry Chinaski." Chapter 9. Lydia and I were always fighting. She was a flirt, and it irritated me. When we ate out, I was sure she was eyeballing some man across the room. When my male friends came by to visit and Lydia was there, I could hear her conversation become intimate and sexual. She always sat very close to my friends, positioning herself as near them as possible. It was my drinking that irritated Lydia. She loved sex, and my drinking got in the way of our love-making. "Either you're too drunk to do it at night or too sick to do it in the morning," she'd say. Lydia would go into a rage if I even drank a bottle of beer in front of her. We split up at least once a week, forever, but always managed to make up. She had finished sculpting my head and had given it to me. When we'd split, I'd put the head in my car next to me on the front seat, drive it over to her place, and leave it outside her door on the porch. Then I'd go to a phone booth, ring her up, and say, "Your goddamn head is outside the door." That head went back and forth. We had just split again, and I had dropped off the head. I was drinking, a free man again. I had a young friend, Bobby, a rather bland kid who worked in a porno bookstore, and he was a photographer on the side. He lived a couple of blocks away. Bobby was having trouble with himself and with his wife, Valerie. He phoned one evening and said he was bringing Valerie over to stay the night with me. It sounded fine. Valerie was 22, absolutely lovely, with long blonde hair, mad blue eyes, and a beautiful body. Like Lydia, she had also spent some time in a madhouse. After a while, I heard them drive up on the lawn in front of my court. Valerie got out. I remembered Bobby telling me that when he first introduced Valerie to his parents, they had commented on her dress, that they liked it very much, and she had said, "Yeah, well, how about the rest of me?" She had pulled her dress up over her hips and didn't have any panties on. Valerie knocked. I heard Bobby drive off. I let her in. She looked fine. I poured 2 Scotch and waters. Neither of us spoke. We drank those, and I poured 2 more. After that I said, "Come on, let's make a bar." We got into my car. The glue machine was right around the corner. I'd been 86th earlier that week, but nothing was said when we walked in. We got a table and ordered drinks. We still didn't talk. I just looked into those mad blue eyes. We were sitting side by side, and I kissed her. Her mouth was cool and open. I kissed her again, and our legs pressed together. Bobby had a nice wife. Bobby was crazy to pass her around. We decided on dinner. We each ordered a steak, and we drank, and we kissed while we waited. The barmaid said, "Oh, you're in love," and we both laughed. When the steaks came, Valerie said, "I don't want to eat mine." "I don't want to eat mine either," I said. We drank for another hour and then decided to go back to my place. As I drove the car up on the front lawn, I saw a woman in the driveway. It was Lydia. She had an envelope in her hand. I got out of the car with Valerie, and Lydia looked at us. "Who's that?" asked Valerie. "The woman I love," I told her. "Who's the bitch?" screamed Lydia. Valerie turned and ran down the sidewalk. I could hear her high heels on the pavement. "Come on in," I told Lydia. She followed me in. "I came here to give this letter to you, and it looks like I came at the right time." "Who was she?" "Bobby's wife. We're just friends." "You were going to fuck her, weren't you?" "Now look, I told her I love you. You were going to fuck her, weren't you?" "Now look, baby." Suddenly she shoved me. I was standing in front of the coffee table, which was in front of the couch. I fell backward over the coffee table and into the space between the table and the couch. I heard the door slam. And as I got up, I heard the engine of Lydia's car start, and she drove off. Son of a bitch, I thought. 1 minute I've got 2 women, and the next I've got none. Chapter 10. I was surprised the next morning when April knocked on the door. April was the one on ATD who had been at Harry Ascot's party and who had left with the speed freak. It was 11 a.m. April came in and sat down. "I've always admired your work," she said. I got her a beer and got myself a beer. "God is a hook in the sky," she said. "All right," I said. April was on the heavy side, but not too fat. She had big hips and a large ass, and her hair fell straight down. There was something about the size of her, rugged, like she could handle an ape. Her mental deficiency was attractive to me because she didn't play games. She crossed her legs, showing me enormous white flanks. "I've planted tomato seeds down in the basement of the apartment house I live in," she said. "Well, I'll take some when they come up," I said. "I've never had a driver's license," April said. "My mother lives in New Jersey." "My mother's dead," I said. I walked over and sat next to her on the couch. I grabbed her and kissed her. While I was kissing her, she looked right into my eyes. I broke off. "Let's fuck," I said. "I have an infection," said April. "What?" "It's sort of a fungus. Nothing serious." "Could I catch it?" "It's a kind of milky discharge." "Could I catch it?" "I don't think so." "Let's fuck." "I don't know if I want to fuck." "It'll feel good. Let's go into the bedroom." April walked into the bedroom and started taking off her clothes. I took mine off. We got under the sheets. I began playing with her parts and kissing her. I mounted her. It was very strange, as if her cunt ran from side to side. I knew I was in there. It felt like I was in there, but I kept slipping sideways to the left. I kept humping. It was exciting like that. I finished and rolled off. Later I drove her to her apartment, and we went up. We talked for a long while, and I left only after making note of the apartment number and the address. As I walked through the lobby, I recognized the apartment house lockboxes. I had delivered mail there many times as a mailman. I went out to my car and drove off. Chapter 11. Lydia had 2 children, Tonto, a boy of 8, and Lisa, the little girl of 5, who had interrupted our first fuck. We were together at the table one night eating dinner. Things were going well between Lydia and me, and I stayed for dinner almost every night, then slept with Lydia and left about 11 a.m. the next morning to go back to my place to check the mail and write. The children slept in the next room on a waterbed. It was an old, small house, which Lydia rented from an ex-Japanese wrestler now into real estate. He was obviously interested in Lydia. That was all right. It was a nice old house. "Tonto," I said as we were eating, "you know that when your mother screams at night, I'm not beating her. You know who's really in trouble." "Yes, I know." "Then why don't you come in and help me?" I know her." "Listen, Hank," said Lydia, "don't turn my kids against me." "He's the ugliest man in the world," said Lisa. I liked Lisa. She was going to be a sexpot someday, a sexpot with personality. After dinner, Lydia and I went to her bedroom and stretched out. Lydia was into blackheads and pimples. I had a bad complexion. She moved the lamp down near my face and began. I liked it. It made me tingle, and sometimes I got a hard-on. Very intimate. Sometimes between squeezes, Lydia would give me a kiss. She always worked on my face first, and then moved on to my back and chest. "You love me?" "Ooh, look at this one." It was a blackhead with a long yellow tail. "It's nice," I said. She was laying flat on top of me. She stopped squeezing and looked at me. "I'll put you in your grave, you fat fuck." I laughed. Then Lydia kissed me. "I'll put you back in the madhouse," I told her. "Turn over. Let me get your back." I turned over. She squeezed at the back of my neck. "Ooh, there's a good one. It shot out. It hit me in the eye." "You ought to wear goggles." "Let's have a little Henry. Think of it, a little Henry Chinaski. Let's wait a while. I want a baby now. Let's wait. All we do is sleep and eat and lay around and make love. We're like slugs. Slug love, I call it. I like it. You used to write over here. You were busy. You'd bring ink and make your drawings. Now you go home and do all the interesting things there. You just eat and sleep here and then leave first thing in the morning. It's dull. I like it. We haven't been to a party in months. I like to see people. I'm bored. I'm so bored I'm about to go crazy. I want to do things. I want to dance. I want to live. Oh, shit. You're too old. You just want to sit around and criticize everything and everybody. You don't want to do anything. Nothing's good enough for you. I rolled out of bed and stood up. I began putting my shirt on. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm getting out of here." "There you go. The minute things don't go your way, you jump up and run out of the door. You never want to talk about things. You go home and get drunk, and then you're so sick the next day you think you're going to die. Then you phone me. I'm getting the hell out of here." "But why?" "I don't want to stay where I'm not wanted. I don't want to stay where I'm disliked." Lydia waited. Then she said, "All right. Come on, lay down. We'll turn off the light and just be still together." I waited. Then I said, "Well, all right." I undressed entirely and got under the blanket and sheet. I pressed my flank against Lydia's flank. We were both on our backs. I could hear the crickets. It was a nice neighborhood. A few minutes passed. Then Lydia said, "I'm gonna be great." I didn't answer. A few more minutes passed. Then Lydia leaped out of bed. She threw both of her hands up in the air toward the ceiling and said in a loud voice, "I'm gonna be great. I'm going to be truly great. Nobody knows how great I'm going to be." "All right," I said. Then she said in a lower voice, "You don't understand. I'm going to be great. I have more potential than you have." "Potential," I said, "doesn't mean a thing. You've got to do it. Almost every baby in a crib has more potential than I have." "But I'm going to do it. I'm going to be truly great." "All right," I said, "but meanwhile, come on." Lydia came back to bed. We didn't kiss each other. We weren't going to have sex. I felt weary. I listened to the crickets. I don't know how much time went by. I was almost asleep, not quite, when Lydia suddenly sat straight up in bed, and she screamed. It was a loud scream. "What is it?" I asked. "Be quiet." I waited. Lydia sat there without moving for what seemed to be about 10 minutes. Then she fell back on her pillow. "I saw God," she said. "I just saw God." "Listen, you bitch, you're going to drive me crazy." I got up and began dressing. I was mad. I couldn't find my shorts. To hell with them, I thought. I left them wherever they were. I had all my clothes on and was sitting on the chair, pulling my shoes on my bare feet. "What are you doing?" Lydia asked. I couldn't answer. I went into the front room. My coat was flung over a chair, and I picked it up, put it on. Lydia ran into the front room. She had put on her blue negligee and a pair of panties. She was barefooted. Lydia had thick ankles. She usually wore boots to hide them. "You're not going!" she screamed at me. "Shit," I said. "I'm getting out of here." She leaped at me. She usually attacked me while I was drunk. Now I was sober. I sidestepped, and she fell to the floor, rolled over, and was on her back. I stepped over her on my way to the front door. She was in a spitting rage, snarling, her lips pulled back. She was like a leopardess. I looked down at her. I felt safe with her on the floor. She let out a snarl, and as I started to leave, she reached up and dug her nails into the sleeve of my coat, pulled and ripped the sleeve off my arm. It was ripped from the coat at the shoulder. "Jesus Christ," I said. "Look what you've done to my new coat. I just bought it." I opened the door and jumped outside with one bare arm. I had just unlocked the door to my car when I heard her bare feet on the asphalt behind me. I leaped in and locked the door. I punched the starter. "I'll kill this car," she screamed. "I'll kill this car." Her fists beat on the hood, on the roof, against the windshield. I moved the car ahead very slowly so as not to injure her. My '62 Mercury Comet had fallen apart, and I'd recently purchased a '67 Volks. I kept it shined and waxed. I even had a whisk broom in the glove compartment. As I pulled away, Lydia kept beating on the car with her fists. When I was clear of her, I shoved it into second. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw her standing all alone in the moonlight, motionless in her blue negligee and panties. My gut began to twitch and roll. I felt ill, useless, sad. I was in love with her. Chapter 12. I went to my place, started drinking. I snapped on the radio and found some classical music. I got my Coleman lantern out of the closet. I turned out the lights and sat playing with the Coleman lantern. There were tricks you could play with a Coleman lantern, like turning it off and then on again, and watching the heat of the wick relight it. I also liked to pump the lantern and bring up the pressure, and then there was simply the pleasure of looking at it. I drank and watched the lantern and listened to the music and smoked a cigar. The phone rang. It was Lydia. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Just sitting around." "You're sitting around and drinking and listening to symphony music and playing with that goddamn Coleman lantern." "Yes." "Are you coming back?" "No." "All right, drink. Drink and get sick. You know that stuff almost killed you once. Do you remember the hospital?" "I'll never forget it." "All right, drink, kill yourself. See if I give a shit." Lydia hung up, and so did I. Something told me she wasn't as worried about my possible death as she was about her next fuck. But I needed a vacation. I needed a rest. Lydia liked to fuck at least 5 times a week. I preferred 3. I got up and went into the breakfast nook where my typewriter stood on the table. I turned on the light, sat down, and typed Lydia a 4-page letter. Then I went into the bathroom, got a razor blade, came out, sat down, and had a good drink. I took the razor blade and sliced the middle finger of my right hand. The blood ran. I signed my name to the letter in blood. I went down to the corner mailbox and dropped the letter in. The phone rang several times. It was Lydia. She screamed things at me. "I'm going out dancing. I'm not going to sit around alone while you drink." I told her, "You act like drinking is like my going with another woman." "It's worse." She hung up. I kept drinking. I didn't feel like sleeping. Soon it was midnight, then 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The Coleman lantern burned on. At 3:30 a.m. the phone rang. Lydia again. "Are you still drinking?" "Sure, you rotten son of a bitch." "In fact, just as you called, I was peeling the cellophane off this pint of Cutty's Sark. It's beautiful. You ought to see it." She slammed down the phone. I mixed another drink. There was good music on the radio. I leaned back. I felt very good. The door banged open, and Lydia ran into the room. She stood there panting. The pint was on the coffee table. She saw it and grabbed it. I jumped up and grabbed her. When I was drunk and Lydia was insane, we were nearly an equal match. She held the bottle high in the air, away from me, and tried to get out of the door with it. I grabbed the arm that held the bottle and tried to get it away from her. "You whore! You have no right! Give me that bottle!" Then we were out on the porch, wrestling. We tripped on the stairs and fell to the pavement. The bottle smashed and broke on the cement. She got up and ran off. I heard her car start. I lay there and looked at the broken bottle. It was a foot away. Lydia drove off. The moon was still up. In the bottom of what was left of the bottle I could see a swallow of scotch. Stretched out there on the pavement, I reached for it and lifted it to my mouth. A long shard of glass almost poked into one of my eyes as I drank what remained. Then I got up and went inside. The thirst in me was terrible. I walked around picking up beer bottles and drinking the bit that remained in each one. Once I got a mouthful of ashes, as I often used beer bottles for ashtrays. It was 4:14 a.m. I sat and watched the clock. It was like working in the post office again. Time was motionless while existence was a throbbing, unbearable thing. I waited. Finally it was 6 a.m. I walked to the corner to the liquor store. A clerk was opening up. He let me in. I purchased another pint of Cutty's Sark. I walked back home, locked the door, and phoned Lydia. "I have here 1 pint of Cutty's Sark from which I am peeling the cellophane. I am going to have a drink, and the liquor store will now be open for 20 hours. She hung up. I had 1 drink and then walked into the bedroom, stretched out on the bed, and went to sleep without taking off my clothes. Chapter 13. A week later, I was driving down Hollywood Boulevard with Lydia. A weekly entertainment newspaper published in California at that time had asked me to write an article on the life of the writer in Los Angeles. I had written it and was driving over to the editorial offices to submit it. We parked in the lot at Mosley Square. Moseley Square was a section of expensive bungalows used as offices by music publishers, agents, promoters, and the like. The rents were very high. We went into one of the bungalows. There was a handsome girl behind the desk, educated and cool. "I'm Chinaski," I said, "and here's my copy." I threw it on the desk. "Oh, Mr. Chinaski, I've always admired your work very much. Do you have anything to drink around here?" "Just a moment." She went up to a carpeted stairway and came back down with a bottle of expensive red wine. She opened it and pulled some glasses from a hidden bar. How I'd like to get in bed with her, I thought, but there was no way. Yet somebody was going to bed with her regularly. We sat and sipped our wine. "We'll let you know very soon about the article. I'm sure we'll take it. But you're not at all the way I expected you to be." "What do you mean?" "Your voice is so soft. You seem so nice." Lydia laughed. We finished our wine and left. As we were walking toward my car, I heard a voice. "Hank!" I looked around, and there, sitting in a new Mercedes, was Dee Dee Bronson. I walked over. "How's it going, Dee Dee?" "Pretty good. I quit Capitol Records. Now I'm running that place over there," she pointed. It was another music company, quite famous, with its home office in London. Dee Dee used to drop by my place with her boyfriend when he and I both had columns in a Los Angeles underground newspaper. "Jesus, you're doing good," I said. "Yes, except—" "Except what?" "Except I need a man, a good man." "Well, give me your phone number and I'll see if I can find one for you." "All right." Dee Dee wrote her phone number on a slip of paper and I put it in my wallet. Lydia and I walked over to my old Vokes and got in. "You're going to phone her," Lydia said. "You're going to use that number." I started the car and got back on Hollywood Boulevard. "You're going to use that number," she said. "I just know you're going to use that number." "Cut the shit," I said. It looked like another bad night. Chapter 14. We had another fight. Later, I was back at my place, but I didn't feel like sitting there alone and drinking. The night harness racing meet was on. I took a pint and went out to the track. I arrived early and got all my figures together. By the time the first race was over, the pint was surprisingly more than half gone. I was mixing it with hot coffee, and it went down easily. I won 3 of the first 4 races. Later I won an exacta and was nearly $200 ahead by the end of the 5th race. I went to the bar and played off the tote board. That night they gave me what I called a good tote board. Lydia would have shit if she could have seen me pulling in all that cash. She hated it when I won at the track, especially when she was losing. I kept drinking and hitting. By the time the 9th race was over, I was $950 ahead and very drunk. I put my wallet in one of my side pockets and walked slowly to my car. I sat in my car and watched the losers leave the parking lot. I sat there until the traffic thinned out, then I started the engine. Just outside the track was a supermarket. I saw a lighted phone booth at one end of the parking lot, drove in and got out. I walked to the phone and dialed Lydia's number. "Listen," I said. "Listen, you bitch. I went to the harness races tonight and won $950. I'm a winner. I'll always be a winner. You don't deserve me, bitch. You've been playing with me. Well, it's over. I want out. This is it. I don't need you in your goddamn games. Do you understand me? Do you get the message, or is your head thicker than your ankles?" "Hank, Yes. This isn't Lydia, this is Bonnie. I'm babysitting for Lydia. She went out tonight. I hung up and walked back to my car. Chapter 15. Lydia phoned me in the morning. "Whenever you get drunk," she said, "I'm going out dancing. I went to the Red Umbrella last night and I asked men to dance with me. A woman has a right to do that." "You're a whore." "Yeah? Well, if there's anything worse than a whore, it's a bore. If there's anything worse than a bore, it's a boring whore. If you don't want my pussy," she said, "I'll give it to somebody else." "That's your privilege." After I finished dancing, I went to see Marvin. I wanted to get his girlfriend's address and go see her. "Francine, you went to see his girl Francine one night yourself," Lydia said. "Look, I never fucked her. I was just too drunk to drive home after a party. We didn't even kiss. She let me sleep on her couch, and I went home in the morning." Anyhow, after I got to Marvin's, I decided not to ask for Francine's address. Marvin's parents had money. He had a house down by the seashore. Marvin wrote poetry, better poetry than most. I liked Marvin. "Well, I hope you had a good time," I said, and hung up. I'd no sooner hung up when the phone rang again. It was Marvin. "Hey, guess who came by real late last night? Lydia. She knocked on the window, and I let her in. She gave me a hard-on." "Okay, Marvin, I understand. I'm not blaming you. You're not pissed?" "Not at you." "All right, then." I took the sculpted head and loaded it into my car. I drove over to Lydia's and put the head on her doorstep. I didn't ring the bell. I started to walk away. Lydia came out. "Why are you such an ass?" she asked. I turned. "You are not selective. One man's the same as another to you. I'm not going to eat your shit." "I'm not going to eat your shit," he screamed and slammed the door. I walked to my car, got in and started it. I put it in first. It didn't move. I tried second. Nothing. Then I went back to first. I checked to be sure the brake was off. It wouldn't move. I tried reverse. The car moved backwards. I braked and tried first again. The car wouldn't move. I was still very angry with Lydia. I thought, well, I'll drive the fucking thing home backwards. Then I thought about the cops stopping me and asking me what the hell I was doing. Well, officers, I had a fight with my girl, and this was the only way I could get home. I didn't feel so angry with Lydia anymore. I climbed out and went to her door. She had taken my head inside. I knocked. Lydia opened the door. "Look," I asked, "are you some kind of witch?" "No, I'm a whore, remember? You've got to drive me home. My car will only run backwards. The goddamn thing is hexed." Are you serious? Come on, I'll show you." Lydia followed me out to the car. "The gears have been working fine. Then all of a sudden the car will only run backwards. I was going to drive it home that way." I got in. "Now watch." I started the car and put it in first, let out the clutch. It jumped forward. I put it in second. It went into second and moved faster. I put it into third. It moved nicely forward. I made a U-turn and parked on the other side of the street. Lydia walked over. "Listen," I said. "You've got to believe me. A minute ago the car would only run backwards. Now it's all right. Please believe me." "I believe you," she said. "God did it. I believe in that sort of thing." "It must mean something." "It does." I got out of the car. We walked into her house. "Take off your shirt and shoes," she said, "and lay down on the bed. First I want to squeeze your blackheads." Chapter 16. The ex-Japanese wrestler who was into real estate sold Lydia's house. She had to move out. There was Lydia, Tonto, Lisa, and the dog, Bug Butt. In Los Angeles, most landlords hang out the same sign, adults only. With 2 children and a dog, it was very difficult. Only Lydia's good looks could help. A male landlord was needed. I drove them all around town. It was useless. Then I stayed out of sight in the car. It still didn't work. As we drove along, Lydia screamed out the window, Isn't there anybody in this town who will rent to a woman with 2 kids and a dog? Unexpectedly, a vacancy occurred in my court. I saw the people moving out, and I went right down and talked to Mrs. O'Keefe. "Listen," I said, "my place to live. She has 2 kids and a dog, but they're all well-behaved. Will you let them move in?" "I've seen that woman," said Mrs. O'Keefe. "Haven't you noticed her eyes? She's crazy." "I know she's crazy, but I care for her. She has some good qualities, really." "She's too young for you. What are you going to do with a young woman like that?" I laughed. Mr. O'Keefe walked up behind his wife. He looked at me through the screen door. "He's pussy-whipped, that's all. It's quite simple. He's pussy-whipped." "How about it?" I asked. "All right," said Mrs. O'Keefe. "Move her in." So Lydia rented a U-Haul, and I moved her in. It was mostly clothes, all the heads she'd sculpted, and a large washing machine. "I don't like Mrs. O'Keefe," she told me. "Her husband looks all right, but I don't like her. She's a good Catholic sort, and you need a place to live. I don't want you drinking with those people. They're out to destroy you. I'm only paying $85 a month rent. They treat me like a son. I have to have a beer with them now and then." "Son, shit! You're almost as old as they are." About 3 weeks passed. It was late one Saturday morning. I had not slept at Lydia's the night before. I bathed and had a beer, got dressed. I disliked weekends. Everybody was out on the street. Everybody was playing ping-pong or mowing their lawn or polishing their car or going to the supermarket or to the beach or to the park. Crowds everywhere. Monday was my favorite day. Everybody was back on the job and out of sight, back on the job and out of sight. I decided to go to the racetrack despite the crowd. That would help kill Saturday. I ate a hard-boiled egg, had another beer, and stepped out on my porch, locking the door. Lydia was outside, playing with Bug-Butt, the dog. "Hi," she said. "Hi," I said. "I'm going to the track." Lydia walked over to me. "Listen, you know what the racetrack does to you?" She meant that I was always too tired to make love after going to the racetrack. "You were drunk last night," she continued. "You were horrible. You frightened Lisa. I had to run you out." "I'm going to the racetrack." "All right, you go ahead and go to the racetrack. But if you do, I won't be here when you get back." I got into my car, which was parked on the front lawn. I rolled down the windows and started the motor. Lydia was standing in the driveway. I waved goodbye to her and pulled out into the street. It was a nice summer day. I drove down to Hollywood Park. I had a new system. Each new system brought me closer and closer to wealth. It was simply a matter of time. I lost $40 and drove home. I parked my car on the lawn and got out. As I walked around the porch to my door, Mr. O'Keefe walked up the driveway. "She's gone." "What?" "Your girl. She moved out." I didn't answer. "She rented a U-Haul and loaded her stuff in it. She was mad. You know that big washing machine?" "Yes." "Well, that thing's heavy. I couldn't lift it. She wouldn't let the boy help her. She just lifted the thing and put it in the U-Haul. Then she got the kids, the dog, and drove off. She had a week's rent left." "All right, Mr. O'Keefe. Thanks." "You coming down to drink tonight?" "I don't know." "Try to make it." I unlocked the door and went inside. I had lent her an air conditioner. It was sitting in a chair outside of the closet. There was a note on it and a pair of blue panties. The note was in a wild scrawl. "Bastard, here's your air conditioner. I am gone for good, you son of a bitch." When you get lonely, you can use these panties to jack off into. Lydia. I went to the refrigerator and got a beer. I drank the beer and then walked over to the air conditioner. I picked up the panties and stood there wondering if it would work. Then I said, "Shit," and threw them on the floor. I went to the phone and dialed Dee Dee Bronson. She was in. "Hello," she said. "Dee Dee?" I said. "This is Hank." Chapter 17. Dee Dee had a place in the Hollywood Hills. Dee Dee shared the place with a friend, another lady executive, Bianca. Bianca took the top floor and Dee Dee the bottom. I rang the bell. It was 8:30 p.m. when Dee Dee opened the door. Dee Dee was about 40, had black, cropped hair, was Jewish, hip, freaky. She was New York City-oriented, knew all the names, the right publishers, the best poets, the most talented cartoonists, the right revolutionaries, anybody, everybody. She smoked grass continually and acted like it was the early 1960s and love-in time, when she had been mildly famous and much more beautiful. A long series of bad love affairs had finally done her in. Now I was standing at her door. There was a good deal left of her body. She was small, but buxom, and many a young girl would have loved to have her figure. I followed her in. "So, Lydia split?" Dee Dee asked. "I think she went to Utah. The 4th of July dance in Mule's Head is coming up. She never misses it." I sat down in the breakfast nook while Dee Dee uncorked her red wine. "Do you miss her?" "Christ, yes, I feel like crying. My whole gut is chewed up. I might not make it." "You'll make it. We'll get you over, Lydia. We'll pull you through." "Then you know how I feel? It has happened to most of us a few times. That bitch never cared to begin with." "Yes, she did. She still does." I decided it was better to be there in Dee Dee's large home in the Hollywood Hills than be sitting all alone back in my apartment and brooding. "It must be that I'm just not good with the ladies," I said. "You're good enough with the ladies," Dee Dee said, "and you're a hell of a writer." "I'd rather be good with the ladies." Dee Dee was lighting a cigarette. I waited until she was finished, then I leaned across the table and gave her a kiss. "You make me feel good." Lydia was always on the attack. "That doesn't mean what you think it means." "But it can get to be unpleasant." "It sure as hell can." "Have you found a boyfriend yet?" "Not yet." "I like this place, but how do you keep it so neat and clean?" "We have a maid." "Oh?" "You'll like her. She's big and black, and she finishes her work as fast as she can after I leave. Then she goes to bed and eats cookies and watches TV. I find cookie crumbs in my bed every night. I'll have her fix you breakfast after I leave tomorrow morning." "All right." "No, wait, tomorrow's Sunday. I don't work Sundays. We'll eat out. I know a place. You'll like it." "All right. You know, I think I've always been in love with you." "What?" "For years, you know, when I used to come and see you, first with Bernie and later with Jack, I would want you. But you never noticed me. You're always sucking on a can of beer, or you were obsessed with something. Crazy, I guess. Near crazy. Postal Service madness. I'm sorry I didn't notice you. You can notice me now." Dee Dee poured another glass of wine. It was good wine. I liked her. It was good to have a place to go when things went bad. I remember the early days when things would go bad and there wasn't anywhere to go. Maybe that had been good for me then. But now I wasn't interested in what was good for me. I was interested in how I felt and how to stop feeling bad when things went wrong, how to start feeling good again. "I don't want to fuck you over, Dee Dee," I said. "I'm not always good to women." "I told you I love you." Don't do it. Don't love me. All right, she said. I won't love you. I'll almost love you. Will that be all right? It's much better than the other. We finished our wine and went to bed. Chapter 18. In the morning, Dee Dee drove me to the Sunset Strip for breakfast. The Mercedes was black and shone in the sun. We drove past the billboards and the nightclubs and the fancy restaurants. I slouched low in my seat, coughing over my cigarette. I thought, well, things had been worse. A scene or two flashed through my head. One winter in Atlanta I was freezing. It was midnight. I had no money, no place to sleep, and I walked up the steps of a church hoping to get inside and get warm. The church door was locked. Another time in El Paso, sleeping on a park bench, I was awakened in the morning by some cop smacking the soles of my shoes with his club. Still, I kept thinking about Lydia. The good parts of our relationship felt like a rat walking around and gnawing at the inside of my stomach. Dee Dee parked outside a fancy eating place. There was a sun patio with chairs and tables where people sat eating, talking, and drinking coffee. We passed a black man in boots, jeans, and with a heavy silver chain coiled around his neck. His motorcycle helmet, goggles, and gloves were on the table. He was with a thin blonde girl in a peppermint jumpsuit who sat sucking on her little finger. The place was crowded. Everybody looked young, scrubbed, bland. Nobody stared at us. Everybody was talking quietly. We went inside, and a pale, slim boy with tiny buttocks, tight silver pants, an 8-inch studded belt, and shiny gold blouse seated us. His ears were pierced, and he wore tiny blue earrings. His pencil-thin mustache looked purple. "Dee Dee," he said, "what is happening?" "Breakfast, Donnie." "A drink, Donnie," I said. "I know what he needs, Donnie. Give him a golden flower double." We ordered breakfast, and Dee Dee said, "It will take a while to prepare. They cook everything to order here." "Don't spend too much, Dee Dee." "It all goes on the expense account." She took out a little black book. "Now let's see, who am I taking to breakfast? Elton John? Isn't he in Africa? Oh, that's right. Well, how about Cat Stevens? Who's that?" "You don't know?" "No." "Well, I discovered him." "You can be Cat Stevens." Donnie brought the drink, and he and Dee Dee talked. They seemed to know the same people. I didn't know any of them. It took a lot to excite me. I didn't care. I didn't like New York. I didn't like Hollywood. I didn't like rock music. I didn't like anything. Maybe I was afraid. That was it. I was afraid. I wanted to sit alone in a room with the shades down. I feasted upon that. I was a crank. I was a lunatic, and Lydia was gone. I finished my drink, and Dee Dee ordered another. I began to feel like a kept man, and it felt great. It helped my blues. There's nothing worse than being broke and having your woman leave you. Nothing to drink, no job, just the walls, sitting there staring at the walls and thinking. That's how women got back at you, but it hurt and weakened them, too. Or so I like to believe. The breakfast was good. Eggs garnished with various fruits, pineapple, peaches, pears, some grated nuts, seasoning. It was a good breakfast. We finished, and Dee Dee ordered me another drink. The thought inside of me, but Dee Dee was nice. Her conversation was decisive and entertaining. She was able to make me laugh, which I needed. My laughter was all there inside of me waiting to roar out, "Ha, ha, 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 ha! Oh, my God! Oh, my! Ha, 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 ha!" It felt so good when it happened. Dee Dee knew something about life. Dee Dee knew that what happened to one happened to most of us. Our lives were not so different, even though we like to think so. Pain is strange. A cat killing a bird, a car accident, a fire, pain arrives, bang, and there it is. It sits on you. It's real. And to anybody watching, you look foolish, like you've suddenly become an idiot. There's no cure for it unless you know somebody who understands how you feel and knows how to help. We went back to the car. "I know just where to take you to cheer you up," said Dee Dee. I didn't answer. I was being catered to as if I was an invalid, which I was. I asked Dee Dee to stop at a bar, one of hers. The bartender knew her. "This," she told me as we entered, "is where a lot of the scriptwriters hang out and some of the little theater people." I disliked them all immediately, sitting around acting clever and superior. They nullified each other. The worst thing for a writer is to know another writer, and worse than that, to know a number of other writers, like flies on the same turd. "Let's get a table," I said. So there I was, a $65 a week writer sitting in a room with other writers, $1,000 a week writers. "Lydia," I thought, "I'm getting there. You'll be sorry. Someday I'll go into fancy restaurants and I'll be recognized. They'll have a special table for me in the back near the kitchen." We got our drinks and Dee Dee looked at me. "You give good head. You give the best head I ever had." Lydia taught me. Then I added a few touches of my own. A dark young boy jumped up and came over to our table. Dee Dee introduced us. The boy was from New York, wrote for the Village Voice and other New York newspapers. He and Dee Dee name-dropped a while, and then he asked her, "What's your husband do?" "I got a stable," I said. "Fighters, 4 good Mexican boys, plus 1 black boy, a real dancer. What do you weigh?" 158. "Were you a fighter? Your face looks like you caught a few." "I've caught a few. We can put you in at 135. I need a southpaw lightweight." "How'd you know I was a southpaw?" "You're holding your cigarette in your left hand. Come on down to the Main Street gym Monday a.m. We'll start your training. Cigarettes are out. Put that son of a bitch out." "Listen, man, I'm a writer. I use a typewriter. You never read my stuff? All I read is the metropolitan dailies, murders, rapes, fight results, swindles, jetliner crashes, and Ann Landers." "Dee Dee," he said, "I got an interview with Rod Stewart in 30 minutes. I gotta go." He left. Dee Dee ordered another round of drinks. "Why can't you be decent to people?" she asked. "Fear," I said. "Here we are," she said, and drove her car into the Hollywood Cemetery. "Nice," I said, "real nice. I'd forgotten all about death." We drove around. Most of the tombs were above ground. They were like little houses with pillars and front steps, and each had a locked iron door. Dee Dee parked and we got out. She tried one of the doors. I watched her behind wiggle as she worked at the door. I thought about Nietzsche. There we were, a German stallion and a Jewish mare. The fatherland would adore me. We got back into the Mercedes-Benz and Dee Dee parked outside of one of the bigger units. They were all stuck into the walls in there, rows and rows of them. Some had flowers in little vases, but most of the blooms were withered. The majority of the niches didn't have flowers. Some of them had husband and wife neatly side by side. In some cases one niche was empty and waiting. In all cases the husband was the one already dead. Dee Dee took my hand and led corner. There he was, down near the bottom. Rudolph Valentino, dead 1926, didn't live long. I decided to live to be 80. Think of being 80 and fucking an 18-year-old girl. If there was any way to cheat the game of death, that was it. Dee Dee lifted up one of the flower vases and dropped it into her purse. The standard trip. Rip off whatever wasn't tied down. Everything belonged to everybody. We went outside and Dee Dee said, I want to sit on Tyrone Power's bench. He was my favorite. I loved him. We went and sat on Tyrone's bench next to his grave. Then we got up and walked over to Douglas Fairbanks Sr.'s tomb. He had a good one. His own private reflector pool in front of the tomb. The pool was filled with water lilies and pollywogs. We walked up some stairs, and there at the back of the tomb was a place to sit. Dee and I sat. I noticed a crack in the wall of the tomb with small red ants running in and out. I watched the small red ants for a while, then put my arms around Dee and kissed her, a good long kiss. We were going to be good friends. Chapter 19. Dee had to pick up her son at the airport. He was coming home from England for his vacation. He was 17, she told me, and his father was an ex-concert pianist, but he'd fallen for speed and coke and later on burned his fingers in an accident. He could no longer play the piano. They'd been divorced for some time. The son's name was Rennie. Dee had told him about me during several transatlantic telephone conversations. We got to the airport as Rennie's flight was disembarking. Dee and Rennie embraced. He was tall and thin, quite pale. A lock of hair hung over one eye. We shook hands. I went to get the baggage while Rennie and Dee chatted. He addressed her as Mommy. When we got back to the car, he climbed into the back seat and said, "Mommy, did you get my bike?" "I've ordered it. Well, is it a good bike, Mommy? On a 10-speed with a handbrake and pedal grips." "It's a good bike, Rennie." "Are you sure it will be ready?" We drove back. I stayed overnight. Rennie had his own bedroom. In the morning we all sat in the breakfast nook together, waiting for the maid to arrive. Dee finally got up to fix breakfast for us. Rennie said, "Mommy, how do you break an egg?" Dee looked at me. She knew what I was thinking. I remained silent. "All right, Rennie, come here and I'll show you." Rennie walked over to the stove. Dee picked up an egg. "You see, you just break the shell against the side of the pan, like this, and let the egg fall out of the shell into the pan, like this." "Oh, it's simple. And how do you cook it?" "We fry it in butter." "Mommy, I can't eat that egg." "Why?" "Because the yolk is broken." Dee turned around and looked at me. Her eyes said, "Hank, don't say a goddamn word." A few mornings later found us all in the breakfast nook again. We were eating while the maid worked in the kitchen. Dee said to Rennie, "You've got your bike now? I want you to pick up a 6-pack sometime today. When I get home, I want a Coke or two to drink." "But, Mommy, those Cokes are heavy. Can't you get them?" "Rennie, I work all day and I'm tired. You get the Cokes." "But, Mommy, there's a hill. I have to pedal over the hill." "There's no hill." "What hill?" "Well, you can't see it with your eyes, but it's there." "Rennie, you get those Cokes, understand?" Rennie got up, walked to his bedroom, and slammed the door. Dee looked away. "He's testing me. He wants to see if I love him." "I'll get the Cokes," I said. "That's all right," said Dee. "I'll get them." Finally, none of us got them. Dee and I were at my place a few days later picking up the mail and looking around when the phone rang. It was Lydia. "Hi," she said. "I'm in Utah." "I got your note," I said. "How are you doing?" she asked. "Everything's all right." "Utah's nice in the summer. You ought to come up here. We'll go camping. All my sisters are here." "I can't get away right now." "Why?" "Well, I'm with Dee." "Dee?" "Well, yes." "I knew you'd use that phone number. She said I told you you'd use that number." Dee was standing next to me. "Please tell her," she said. to give me until September. Forget her, Lydia said. To hell with her. You come up here and see me. I can't drop everything just because you phone. Besides, I said, I'm giving Dee Dee until September. September? Yes. Lydia screamed. It was a long, loud scream. Then she hung up. After that, Dee Dee kept me away from my place. Once when we were at my place going over the mail, I noticed the phone off the hook. Never do that again, I told her. Dee Dee took me for long rides up and down the coast. She took me on trips to the mountains. We went to garage sales, to movies, to rock concerts, to churches, to friends, to dinners and lunches, to magic shows, picnics, and circuses. Her friends photographed us together. The trip to Catalina was horrible. I waited with Dee Dee on the dock. I was really hungover. Dee Dee got me an Alka-Seltzer and a glass of water. The only thing that helped was a young girl sitting across from us. She had a beautiful body, long, good legs, and she wore a miniskirt. With the miniskirt, she wore long stockings, a garter belt, and she had on pink panties under the red skirt. She even wore high-heeled shoes. "You're looking at her, aren't you?" asked Dee Dee. "I can't stop. She's a slut." "Sure." The slut got up and played pinball, wiggling her behind to help the balls fall in. Then she sat back down, showing more than ever. The seaplane came in, unloaded, and then we stood out on the dock and waited to board. The seaplane was red, of 1936 vintage, had 2 propellers, 1 pilot, and 8 or 10 seats. If I don't puke in that thing, I thought, I will have fooled the world. The girl in the miniskirt wasn't getting on. Why was it that every time you saw a woman like that, you were always with another woman? We got on, strapped ourselves in. "Oh," said Dee Dee, "I'm so excited. I'm going up and sit with the pilot." "Okay." So we took off, and Dee Dee was up there sitting with the pilot. I could see her talking away. She did enjoy life, or she appeared to. Lately it didn't mean much to me. I mean her excited and happy reaction to life. It irritated me somewhat, but mostly it left me without feeling. It didn't even bore me. We flew and we landed. The landing was rough. We swung low along some cliffs and bounced, and the spray went up. It was something like being in a speedboat. Then we taxied to another dock, and Dee Dee came back and told me all about the seaplane and the pilot and the conversation. There was a big piece cut out of the floor up there, and she'd asked the pilot, "Is this thing safe?" And he had answered, "Damned if I know." Dee Dee had gotten us a hotel room right on the shore, on the top floor. There was no refrigeration, so she got a plastic tub and packed ice in it for my beer. There was a black and white TV and a bathroom. Class. We went for a walk along the shore. The tourists were of 2 types, either very young or very old. The old walked about in pairs, man and woman, in their sandals and dark shades and straw hats and walking shorts and wildly colored shirts. They were fat and pale, with blue veins in their legs, and their faces were puffed and white in the sun. They sagged everywhere. Folds and pouches of skin hung from their cheekbones and under their jowls. The young were slim and seemed made of smooth rubber. The girls had no breasts and tiny behinds, and the boys had tender, soft faces and grinned and blushed and laughed. But they all seemed contented. Young high school people and old people. There was very little for them to do, but they lounged in the sun and seemed fulfilled. Dee Dee went into the shops. She was delighted, buying beads, ashtrays, toy dogs, postcards, necklaces, figurines, and seemed happy with everything. "Oh, look!" She talked to the shop owners. She seemed to like them. She promised one lady that she would write when she got back to the mainland. They had a mutual friend, a man who played percussion in a rock band. Dee bought a cage with 2 lovebirds, and we went back to the hotel. I opened a beer and turned on the TV. The selection was limited. "Let's go for another walk," said Dee. "It's so lovely outside." "I'm going to sit here and rest," I said. "You don't mind if I go without you?" "It's all right." She kissed me and left. I turned off the TV and opened another beer. Nothing to do on this island but get drunk. I walked to the window. On the beach below, Dee was sitting next to a young man, talking happily, smiling, and gesturing with her hands. The young man grinned back. It felt good not to be part of that sort of thing. I was glad I wasn't in love, that I wasn't happy with the world. I like being at odds with everything. People in love often become edgy, dangerous. They lose their sense of perspective. They lose their sense of humor. They become nervous, psychotic bores. They even become killers. Dee was gone 2 or 3 hours. I looked at some TV and typed 2 or 3 poems on a portable typer. Love poems about Lydia. I hid them in my suitcase. I drank some more beer. Then Dee knocked and entered. "Oh, I had the most wonderful time. First, I went on the glass-bottom boat. We could see all the different fish in the sea, everything. Then I found another boat that takes people out to where their boats are moored. This young man let me ride for hours for $1. His back was sunburned, and I rubbed it with lotion. He was terribly burned. We took people out to their boats, and you should have seen the people on those boats. Mostly old men, craggy old men with young girls. The young girls all wore boots and were drunk and on dope, strung out, moaning. Some of the old guys had young boys, but most of them had young girls, sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 young girls. Every boat stank of dope and booze and lechery. It was wonderful. That does sound good. I wish I had your knack of turning up interesting people. You can go tomorrow. You can ride all day for $1. I'll pass. Did you write today? A little. Was it good? You never know until 18 days later. Dee went over and looked at the lovebirds, talked to them. She was a good woman. I liked her. She was really concerned about me. She wanted me to do well. She wanted me to write well. She wanted me to fuck well, look well. I could feel it. It was fine. Maybe we could fly to Hawaii together someday. I walked up behind her and kissed her on the right ear down by the lobe. "Oh, Hank," she said. Back in L.A. after our week in Catalina, we were sitting around my place one evening, which was unusual. It was late at night. We were laying on my bed, naked, when the phone rang in the next room. It was Lydia. "Hank?" "Yes." "Where have you been?" "Catalina." "With her?" "Yes." "Listen, after you told me about her, I got mad. I had an affair. It was with a homosexual. It was awful." "I've missed you, Lydia." "I want to come back to L.A. That'd be good. If I come back, will you give her up?" "She's a good woman, but if you come back, I'll give her up." "I'm coming back. I love ye, old man." "I love you, too." We went on talking. I don't know how long we talked. When it was over, I walked back into the bedroom. Dee seemed asleep. "Dee," I asked. I lifted up one of her arms. It felt very limp. The flesh felt like rubber. Stop joking, Dee Dee. I know you're not asleep. She didn't move. I looked around and noticed her bottle of sleeping pills was empty. It had been full. I'd tried those pills. Just one of them put you to sleep, only it was more like being knocked out and buried underground. You took the pills. I don't care. You're going back to her. I don't care. I ran into the kitchen and got the dishpan, came back and placed it on the floor by the bed. Then I pulled Dee Dee's head and shoulders over the edge and stuck my fingers down her throat. She vomited. I lifted her up and let her breathe a moment, then repeated the process. I did it again and again. Dee Dee kept vomiting. Once, as I lifted her up, her teeth popped out. They lay there on the sheet, uppers and lowers. "Oh, my teeth," she said, or tried to say. "Don't worry about your teeth." I stuck my fingers down her throat again. Then I pulled her back. "I don't," she said, "want you to see my teeth." "They're all right, Dee Dee. They're really not bad." "Oh." She revived long enough to put her teeth back in. "Take me home," she said. "I want to go home." "I'll stay with you. I won't leave you alone tonight." "But will you leave me, finally?" "Let's get dressed," I said. Valentino would have kept both Lydia and Dee Dee. Chapter 20. Lydia returned and found a nice apartment in the Burbank area. She seemed to care a lot more for me than before we parted. "My husband had this big cock, and that's all he had. He had no personality, no vibes, just a big cock, and he thought that was all he had to have. But Christ, he was dull. With you, I keep getting vibes. It's electric feedback. It never stops." We were on the bed together, and I didn't even know he had a big cock because his cock was the first one I had ever seen. She was examining me closely. "I thought they were all like that." "Lydia, what is it?" "I've got to tell you something." "What is it?" "I've got to go see Dee Dee." "Go see Dee Dee?" "Don't be funny, there's a reason." "You said it was all over." "It is. I just don't want to let her down too hard. I want to explain to her what happened. People are too cold with each other. I don't want her back. I just want to try to explain what happened so she'll understand." "You want to fuck her?" "No, I don't want to fuck her. I hardly wanted to fuck her when I was with her. I just want to explain." "I don't like it. It sounds icky to me." "Let me do it, please. I just want to clear things up. I'll be back soon." "All right, but make it soon." I got into the Volks, cut over to Fountain, went a few miles, and took it north at Bronson and cut up to where the rents were high. I parked outside, got out. I walked up the long flights of stairs and rang the bell. Bianca answered the door. I remembered one night she'd answered the door naked, and I'd grabbed her, and as we were kissing, Dee Dee came down and said, "What the hell's going on here?" This time wasn't like that. Bianca said, "What do you want?" "I want to see Dee Dee. I want to talk to her. She's sick, really sick. I don't think you should get to see her after the way you treated her. You're a real grade-A son of a bitch." "I just want to talk to her a while to explain things." "All right." "She's in her bedroom." I walked down the hall and into the bedroom. Dee Dee was on the bed in just her panties. One arm was flung over her eyes. Her breasts looked good. There was an empty pint of whiskey by her bed and a pan on the floor. The pan smelled of vomit and booze. "Dee Dee." She lifted her arm. "What? Hank, you come back?" "No, wait, I just want to talk to you." "Oh, Hank, I've missed you something awful. I've been nearly crazy. The pain has been awful. I want to make it easier. That's why I came by. I may be stupid, but I don't believe in outright cruelty. You don't know how I've felt." "I know. I've been there. Want a drink?" She pointed. I picked up the empty pint and sadly put it down again. "There's too much coldness in the world," I told her. "If people would only talk things out together, it would help." "Stay with me, Hank. Don't go back to her, please, please. I've lived long enough to know how to be a good woman. You know that. I'd be good to you and for you. Lydia has a grip on me. I can't explain it. She's a flirt. She's impulsive. She'll leave you. Maybe that's some of the attraction. You want a whore. You're afraid of love. You might be right. Just kiss me. Would it be too much to ask you to kiss me?" "No." I stretched out next to her. We embraced. Dee Dee's mouth smelled of vomit. She kissed. We kissed, and she held me. I broke away as gently as I could. "Hank," she said, "stay with me. Don't go back to her. Look, I have nice legs." Dee Dee lifted one of her legs and showed it to me. "And I have nice ankles, too. Look." She showed me her ankles. I was sitting on the edge of the bed. "I can't stay with you, Dee Dee." She sat up and began punching me. Her fists were as hard as rocks. She threw punches with both hands. I sat there as she landed blows. She hit me above the eye, in the eye, on the forehead and cheeks. I even caught one in the throat. "Oh, you bastard, 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 I hate you." I grabbed her wrists. "All right, Dee Dee, that's enough." She fell back on the bed as I got up and walked out down the hall and out the door. When I got back, Lydia was sitting in an armchair. Her face looked dark. "You've been gone a long time. Look at me. You fucked her, didn't you?" "No, I didn't." "You were gone an awful long time. Look, she scratched your face. I tell you, nothing happened. Take off your shirt. I want to look at your back." "Oh, shit, Lydia. Take off your shirt and undershirt." I took them off. She walked around behind me. "What's that scratch on your back?" "What scratch?" "There's a long one there, from a woman's fingernail." "If it's there, you put it there." "All right, I know one way to find out." "How?" "Let's go to bed." "All right." I passed the test, but afterwards I thought, how can a man test a woman's fidelity? It seemed unfair. Chapter 21. I kept getting letters from a lady who lived only a mile or so away. She signed them Nicole. She said she had read some of my books and liked them. I answered one of her letters, and she responded with an invitation to visit. One afternoon, without saying anything to Lydia, I got into the Volks and drove on over. She had a flat over a dry cleaner's on Santa Monica Boulevard. Her door was on the street, and I could see a stairway through the glass. I rang the bell. "Who is it?" came a woman's voice through a little tin speaker. "I'm Chinaski," I said. A buzzer sounded, and I pushed the door open. Nicole stood at the top of the stairs looking down at me. She had a cultured, almost tragic face, and wore a house dress cut low in front. Her body seemed to be very good. She looked at me with large, dark brown eyes. There were lots of tiny wrinkles around her eyes, perhaps from too much drinking or crying. "Are you alone?" I asked. "Yes," she smiled. "Come on up." I went up. It was spacious, 2 bedrooms with very little furniture. I noticed a small bookcase and a rack of classical records. I sat on the couch. She sat next to me. "I just finished," she said, "reading The Life of Picasso." There were several copies of the New Yorker on the coffee table. "Can I fix you some tea?" Nicole asked. "I'll go out and get something to drink." "That's not necessary. I have something." "What?" "Some good red wine." "I'd like some," I said. Nicole got up and walked into the kitchen. I watched her move. I had always liked women in long dresses. She moved gracefully. She seemed to have a lot of class. She returned with 2 glasses and the bottle of wine and poured. She offered me a Benson and Hedges. I lit one. "Do you read the New Yorker?" she asked. "They print some good stories." "I don't agree." "What's wrong with them?" "They're too educated." "I like them." "Well, shit," I said. We sat drinking and smoking. "Do you like my apartment?" "Yes, it's nice." "It reminds me of some of the places I've had in Europe. I like the space, the light." "Europe, huh?" "Yes. Greece, Italy, Greece mostly." "Paris?" "Oh, yes, I liked Paris. London, no." Then she told me about herself. Her family had lived in New York City. Her father was a communist, her mother a seamstress in a sweatshop. Her mother had worked the front machine. She was #1, the best of all of them, tough and likable. Nicole was self-educated, had grown up in New York, had somehow met a famous doctor, married, lived with him for 10 years, then divorced him. She now received only $400 a month alimony, and it was difficult to manage. She couldn't afford her apartment, but she liked it too much to leave. "Your writing," she said to me, "it's so raw. It's like a sledgehammer, and yet it has humor and tenderness." "Yeah," I said. I put my drink down and looked at her. I cupped her chin in my hand and drew her towards me. A tiniest kiss. Nicole continued talking. She told me quite a few interesting stories, some of which I decided to use myself, either as stories or poems. I watched her breasts as she bent forward and poured drinks. "It's like a movie," I thought, "like a fucking movie." It seemed funny to me. It felt as if we were on camera. I liked it. It was better than the racetrack. It was better than the boxing matches. We kept drinking. Nicole opened a new bottle. She talked on. It was easy to listen to her. There was wisdom and some laughter in each of her tales. Nicole was impressing me more than she knew. That worried me somewhat. We walked out on the veranda with our drinks and watched the afternoon traffic. She was talking about Huxley and Lawrence in Italy. What shit. I told her that Knut Hamsun had been the world's greatest writer. She looked at me, astonished that I'd heard of him, then agreed. We kissed on the veranda, and I could smell the exhaust from the cars in the street below. Her body felt good against mine. I knew we weren't going to fuck right away, but I also knew that I would be coming back. Nicole knew it too. Chapter 22. Lydia's sister, Angela, came to town from Utah to see Lydia's new house. Lydia had made a down payment on a little place, and the monthly payments were very low. It was a very good buy. The man who sold the house believed he was going to die, and he had sold it much too cheap. There was an upstairs bedroom for the children, and an extremely large backyard filled with trees and clumps of bamboo. Angela was the oldest of the sisters, the most sensible, with the best body, and was the most realistic. She sold real estate, but there was a problem of where to put Angela. We didn't have room. Lydia suggested Marvin. "Marvin?" I asked. "Yes, Marvin," said Lydia. "All right, let's go," I said. We all climbed into Lydia's orange Thing. The Thing, that's what we called her car. It looked like a tank, very old and ugly. It was late evening. We had already phoned Marvin. He had said he'd be home all evening. We drove down to the beach, and there was his little house by the shore. "Oh," said Angela, "what a nice house. He's rich, too," said Lydia. "And he writes good poetry," I said. We got out. Marvin was in there with his saltwater fish tanks and his paintings. He painted pretty well. For a rich kid, he had survived nicely. He had come through. I made the introductions. Angela walked around looking at Marvin's paintings. "Oh, very nice." Angela painted too, but she wasn't very good. I had brought some beer and had a pint of whiskey hidden in my coat pocket, which I nipped on from time to time. Marvin brought out some more beer, and a mild flirtation began between Marvin and Angela. Marvin seemed eager enough, but Angela seemed inclined to laugh at him. She liked him, but not well enough to fuck him right away. We drank and talked. Marvin had bongo drums and a piano and some grass. He had a good, comfortable house. In a house like this I could write better, I thought. My luck would be better. You could hear the ocean, and there were no neighbors to complain about the noise of a typewriter. I continued to nip at the whiskey. We stayed 2 or 3 hours, then left. Lydia took the freeway back. "Lydia," I said, "you fucked Marvin, didn't you?" "What are you talking about?" "The time you went over there late at night alone?" "God damn you, I don't want to hear that." "Well, it's true, you fucked him." "Listen, if you keep it up, I'm not going to stand for it." "You fucked him." Angela looked frightened. Lydia drove over to the shoulder of the freeway, stopped the car, and pushed the door open on my side. "Get out," she said. I got out. The car drove off. I walked along the shoulder of the freeway. I took the pint out and had a nip. I walked along about 5 minutes when the Thing pulled up alongside me. Lydia opened the door. "Get in." I got in. "Don't say a word." "You fucked him. I know you did." "Oh, Christ." Lydia drove back onto the shoulder of the freeway and pushed the door open again. "Get out." I got out. I walked along the shoulder. Then I came to an off-ramp that led to a deserted street. I walked down the off-ramp and along the street. It was very dark. I looked into the windows of some of the houses. Apparently I was in a black district. I saw some lights ahead at an intersection. There was a hot dog stand. I walked up to it. A black man was behind the counter. There was nobody else around. I ordered coffee. "God damn women," I said to him. "They are beyond all reason. My girl let me off on the freeway. Want a drink?" "Sure," he said. He took a good hit and handed it back. "You got a phone?" I asked. "I'll pay you." "Is it a local call?" "Yes." "No charge." He pulled a phone from underneath the counter and handed it to me. I took a drink and handed him the bottle. He took one. I called the yellow cab company, gave them the location. My friend had a kind and intelligent face. Goodness could be found sometimes in the middle of hell. We passed the bottle back and forth as I waited for the cab. When the cab arrived, I got into the back and gave the cabbie Nicole's address. Chapter 23. I blacked out after that. I guess I had consumed more whiskey than I thought. I don't remember arriving at Nicole's. I wakened in the morning with my back to somebody in a strange bed. I looked at the wall facing me, and there was a large, decorative letter hanging there. It said N. The N was for Nicole. I felt sick. I went to the bathroom. I used Nicole's toothbrush, gagged. I washed my face, combed my hair, crapped and pissed, washed my hands, and drank a great deal of water from the bathroom faucet. Then I went back to bed. Nicole got up, did her toilet, came back. She faced me. We began to kiss and fondle one another. I'm innocent in my fashion, Lydia, I thought. I'm faithful to thee in my fashion. No oral sex, my stomach was too upset. I mounted the famous doctor's ex-wife, the cultured world traveler. She had the Bronte sisters in her bookcase. We both liked Carson McCullers, The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. I gave her 3 or 4 particularly mean rips, and she gasped. Now she knew a writer firsthand. Not a very well-known writer, of course, but I managed to pay the rent, and that was astonishing. One day she'd be in one of my books. I was fucking a culture bitch. I felt myself nearing a climax. I pushed my tongue into her mouth, kissed her, and climaxed. I rolled off feeling foolish. I held her a while, then she went into the bathroom. She would have been a better fuck in Greece, maybe. America was a shitty place to fuck. After that, I visited Nicole 2 or 3 times a week in the mid-afternoons. We drank wine, talked, and now and then made love. I found I wasn't particularly interested in her. It was just something to do. Lydia and I had made up the next day. She would question me about where I went in the afternoon. I've been to the supermarket, I'd tell her, and it was true. I'd go to the supermarket first. I've never seen you spend so much time at the supermarket. I got drunk one night and mentioned to Lydia that I knew a certain Nicole. I told her where Nicole lived, but that not much was going on. Why I told her this was not quite clear to me, but when one drinks, one sometimes thinks unclearly. One afternoon I was coming from the liquor store and had just reached Nicole's. I was carrying 2 6-packs of bottled beer and a pint of whiskey. Lydia and I had recently had another fight, and I had decided to stay the night with Nicole. I was walking along, already a bit intoxicated, when I heard someone run up behind me. I turned. It was Lydia. "Ha!" she said. "Ha!" She grabbed the bag of liquor out of my hand and began pulling out the beer bottles. She smashed them on the pavement, one by one. They made large explosions. Santa Monica Boulevard is very busy. The afternoon traffic was just beginning to build up. All this action was taking place just outside Nicole's door. Then Lydia reached the pint of whiskey. She held it up and screamed up at me. "Ha! You were going to drink, then you were going to fuck her." She smashed the pint on the cement. Nicole's door was open, and Lydia ran up the stairway. Nicole was standing at the top of the stairs. Lydia began hitting Nicole with her large purse. It had long straps, and she swung it as hard as she could. "He's my man! He's my man! You stay away from my man!" Then Lydia ran down past me, out the door and into the street. "Good God," said Nicole. "Who was that?" That was Lydia. "Let me have a broom and a large paper bag." I went down into the street and began sweeping up the broken glass and placing it in the brown paper bag. That bitch had gone too far this time, I thought. I'll go and buy more liquor. I'll stay the night with Nicole, maybe a couple of nights. I was bent over picking up the glass when I heard a strange sound behind me. I looked around. It was Lydia in the thing. She had it up on the sidewalk and was driving straight towards me at about 30 miles per hour. I leaped aside as the car went by, missing me by an inch. The car ran down to the end of the block, bumped down off the curb, continued up the street, then took a right at the next corner and was gone. I went back to sweeping up the glass. I got it all swept up and put away. Then I reached down into the original paper bag and found one undamaged bottle of beer. It looked very good. I really needed it. I was about to unscrew the cap when someone grabbed it out of my hand. It was Lydia again. She ran up to Nicole's door with the bottle and hurled it at the glass. She hurled it with such velocity that it went straight through like a large bullet, not smashing the entire window, but just leaving a round hole. Lydia ran off, and I walked up the stairway. Nicole was still standing there. "For God's sake, Chinaski, leave with her before she kills everybody." I turned and walked back down the stairway. Lydia was sitting in her car at the curbing with the engine running. I opened the door and got in. She drove off. Neither of us spoke a word. Chapter 24. I began receiving letters from a girl in New York City. Her name was Mindy. She had run across a couple of my books, but the best thing about her letters was that she seldom mentioned writing, except to say that she was not a writer. She wrote about things in general and men and sex in particular. Mindy was 25, wrote in longhand, and the handwriting was stable, sensible, yet humorous. I answered her letters, and was always glad to find one of hers in my mailbox. Most people are much better at saying things in letters than in conversation, and some people can write artistic, inventive letters, but when they try a poem or story or novel, they become pretentious. Then Mindy sent some photographs. If they were faithful, she was quite beautiful. We wrote for several more weeks, and then she mentioned that she had a 2-week vacation coming up. "Why don't you fly out?" I suggested. "All right," she replied. We began to phone one another. Finally, she gave me her arrival date at L.A. International. "I'll be there," I told her. "Nothing will stop me." Chapter 25. I kept the date in mind. It was never any problem creating a split with Lydia. I was naturally a loner, content just to live with a woman, eat with her, sleep with her, walk down the street with her. I didn't want conversation or to go anywhere except the racetrack or the boxing matches. I didn't understand TV. I felt foolish paying money to go into a movie theater and sit with other people to share their emotions. Parties sickened me. I hated the game playing, the dirty play, the flirting, the amateur drunks, the bores. But parties, dancing, small talk energized Lydia. She considered herself a sex pot, which was a little too obvious. So our arguments often grew out of my wish for no people at all versus her wish for as many people as often as possible. A couple of days before Mindy's arrival, I started it. We were on the bed together. "Lydia, for Christ's sake, why are you so stupid? Don't you realize I'm a loner, a recluse? I have to be that way to write." "How can you learn anything about people if you don't meet them?" "I already know all about them. Even when we go out to eat in a restaurant, you keep your head down. You don't look at anybody." "Why, I make myself sick. I observe people," she said. "I study them." "Shit. You're afraid of people." "I hate them." "How can you be a writer? You don't observe." "Okay, I don't look at people, but I earn the rent with my writing. It beats tending sheep." "You're not gonna last. You'll never make it. You're doing it all wrong." "That's why I'm making it." "Making it? Who the hell knows who you are? Are you famous like Mailer, like Capote? They can't write." "But you can. Only you, Chinaski, can write." "Yes, that's how I feel." Are you famous? If you went to New York City, would anybody know you? Listen, I don't care about that. I just want to go on writing. I don't need trumpets. You take all the trumpets you could get. Maybe you like to pretend you're already famous. I've always acted the same way even before I wrote. You're the most unknown famous man I ever met. I'm just not ambitious. You are, but you're lazy. You want it for nothing. When do you write anyhow? When do you do it? You're always in bed or drunk or at the racetrack. I don't know. It's not important. What's important then? You tell me, I said. Well, I'll tell you what's important, Lydia said. We haven't had a party for a long time. I haven't seen any people for a long time. I like people. My sisters love parties. They'll drive 1,000 miles to go to a party. That's how we were raised in Utah. There's nothing wrong with parties. It's just people letting go and having a good time. You've got this crazy idea in your head. You think having fun leads to fucking. Jesus Christ, people are decent. You just don't know how to have a good time. I don't like people, I said. Lydia leaped off the bed. Jesus, you make me sick. All right, then, I'll give you some room. I swung my legs off the bed and began putting my shoes on. Some room? Lydia asked. What do you mean by some room? I mean I'm getting the hell out of here. Okay, but listen to this. If you walk out that door now, you won't see me again. Fair enough, I said. I stood up, walked to the door, opened it, closed it, and walked down to the Volks. I started the engine and drove off. I had made some room for Mindy. Chapter 26. I sat in the airport and waited. You never knew about photos. You could never tell. I was nervous. I felt like vomiting. I lit a cigarette and gagged. Why did I do these things? I didn't want her now. And Mindy was flying all the way from New York City. I knew plenty of women. Why, always more women. What was I trying to do? New affairs were exciting, but they were also hard work. The first kiss, the first fuck had some drama. People were interesting at first. Then later, slowly but surely, all the flaws and madness would manifest themselves. I would become less and less to them. They would mean less and less to me. I was old and I was ugly. Maybe that's why it felt so good to stick it into young girls. I was King Kong, and they were lithe and tender. Was I trying to screw my way past death? By being with young girls did I hope I wouldn't grow old, feel old? I just didn't want to age badly, simply quit, be dead before death itself arrived. Mindy's plane landed and taxied in. I felt I was in danger. Women knew me beforehand because they had read my books. I'd exposed myself. On the other hand, I knew nothing of them. I was the real gambler. I could get killed. I could get my balls cut off. Chinaski without balls. Love poems of a eunuch. I stood waiting for Mindy. The passengers came out of the gate. Oh, I hope she's not the one. Or her. Or especially her. Now, that one would be fine. Look at those legs, that behind, those eyes. One of them moved towards me. I hoped it was her. She was the best of the whole damn lot. I couldn't be that lucky. She walked up to me and smiled. Hi, Mindy. I'm glad you're Mindy. I'm glad you're Chinaski. Do you have to wait for your baggage? Yes. I brought enough for a long stay. Let's wait in the bar. We walked in and found a table. Mindy ordered a vodka and tonic. I ordered a vodka 7. Almost in tune. I lit her cigarette. She looked fine, almost virginal. It was difficult to believe. She was small, blonde, and perfectly put together. She was more natural than sophisticated. I found it easy to look at her eyes, blue-green. She wore high heels. I told Mindy that high heels excited me. "Well," she said, "are you frightened?" "Not so much any more. I like you." "You look much better than your photos," she said. "I don't think you're ugly at all." "Thanks." "Oh, I don't mean you're handsome, not the way people think of handsome. Your face seems kind, but your eyes, they're beautiful. They're wild, crazy, like some animal peering out of a forest on fire. God, something like that. I'm not very good with words." "I think that you're beautiful," I said, "and very nice. I feel good around you. I think it's good that we're together. Drink up. We need another. You're like your letters." We had the second drink and went down for the luggage. I was proud to be with Mindy. She walked with style. So many women with good bodies just slouched along like overloaded creatures. Mindy flowed. I kept thinking, this is too good. This is simply not possible. Back at my place, Mindy took a bath and changed clothes. She came out in a light blue dress. She had changed her hairstyle just a bit. We sat on the couch together with the vodka and the vodka mix. "Well," I said, "I'm still scared. I'm going to get a little drunk." "Your place is just the way I thought it would be," she said. She was looking at me, smiling. I reached out and touched her just behind the neck, moved her towards me, and gave her a light kiss. The phone rang. It was Lydia. "I'm with a friend." "It's a woman, isn't it?" "Lydia, our relationship is over," I said. "You know that." "It's a woman, isn't it?" "Yes." "Well, all right." "All right, goodbye." "Goodbye," she said. Lydia's tone had suddenly calmed down. I felt better. Her violence frightened me. She always claimed that I was the jealous one, and I was often jealous. But when I saw things working against me, I simply became disgusted and withdrew. Lydia was different. She reacted. She was the head cheerleader at the game of violence. But by her tone, I knew that she had given up, that she was not enraged. I knew that voice. "That was my ex," I told Mindy. "Is it over, Mindy? Is it over?" "Yes." "Does she still love you?" "I think so." "Then it's not over." "It's over." "Should I stay?" "Of course, please." "You're not just using me?" "I've read all those love poems," told Lydia. "I was in love, and I'm not using you." Mindy pressed her body against me and kissed me. It was a long kiss. My cock rose. I had recently been taking a lot of vitamin E. I had my own ideas about sex. I was constantly horny and masturbated continually. I'd make love to Lydia and then come back to my place and masturbate in the morning. The thought of sex as something forbidden excited me beyond all reason. It was like one animal knifing another into submission. When I came, I felt it was in the face of everything decent, white sperm dripping down over the heads and souls of my dead parents. If I had been born a woman, I would certainly have been a prostitute. Since I had been born a man, I craved women constantly, the lower the better. And yet women, good women, frightened me because they eventually wanted your soul, and what was left of mine I wanted to keep. Basically, I craved prostitutes, base women, because they were deadly and hard and made no personal demands. Nothing was lost when they left. Yet at the same time I yearned for a gentle, good woman, despite the overwhelming price. Either way I was lost. A strong man would give up both. I wasn't strong, So I continued to struggle with women, with the idea of women. Mindy and I finished the bottle and then went to bed. I kissed her for a while, then apologized and drew away. I was too drunk to perform. One hell of a great lover. I promised her many great experiences in the near future, then fell asleep with her body pressed against me. In the morning I awakened, sickened. I looked at Mindy naked next to me. Even then, after all the drinking, she was a miracle. Never had I known a young girl so beautiful and at the same time so gentle and intelligent. Where were her men? Where had they failed? I went into the bathroom and tried to get cleaned up. I gagged on Lavoris. I shaved and put on some shaving lotion. I wet my hair and combed it. I went to the refrigerator, took a 7-Up, drank it down. I went back to the bed and climbed in. Mindy was warm. Her body was warm. She seemed to be asleep. I liked that. I rubbed my lips against hers softly. My cock rose. I felt her breasts against me. I took one and sucked on it. I felt the nipple harden. Mindy stirred. I reached down and felt along her belly, down towards the cunt. I began rubbing her cunt easily. It's like making a rosebud open, I thought. This has meaning. This is good. It's like two insects in a garden moving slowly towards each other. The male works his slow magic. The female slowly opens. I like it. Two bugs. Mindy is opening. She's getting wet. She's beautiful. Then I mounted her. I slid it in, my mouth on her. Chapter 27. We drank all day, and that night I tried again to make love to Mindy. I was astounded and dismayed to find she had a large pussy. An extra-large pussy. I hadn't noticed it the night before. That was a tragedy. Woman's greatest sin. I worked and I worked. Mindy lay there as if she was enjoying it. I hoped to God she was. I began to sweat. My back ached. I was dizzy, sick. Her pussy seemed to get larger. I couldn't feel anything. It was like trying to fuck a large, loose paper bag. I was just barely touching the sides of her cunt. It was agony. It was relentless work without a reward. I felt damned. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. I desperately wanted to come. It wasn't just the drinking. I performed better than most when drinking. I heard my heart. I felt my heart. I felt it in my chest. I felt it in my throat. I felt it in my head. I couldn't bear it. I rolled off with a gasp. Sorry, Mindy. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. It's all right, Hank, she said. I rolled over on my stomach. I stank with sweat. I got up and poured 2 drinks. We sat upright in bed and drank the drinks, side by side. I couldn't understand how I had managed to come the first time. We had a problem. All that beauty, all that gentleness, all that goodness, and we had a problem. I was unable to tell Mindy what it was. I didn't know how to tell her she had a big cunt. Maybe nobody had ever told her. It'll be better when I'm not drinking so much, I told her. Please don't worry, Hank. Okay. We went to sleep, or we pretended to go to sleep. Finally, I did. Chapter 28. Mindy stayed about a week. I introduced her to my friends. We went places, but nothing was resolved. I couldn't climax. She didn't seem to mind. It was strange. About 10:45 p.m. one evening, Mindy was drinking in the front room and reading a magazine. I was lying on the bed in just my shorts, drunk, smoking, a drink on the chair. I was staring at the blue ceiling, not feeling or thinking about anything. There was a knock on the front door. Mindy said, "Should I get it?" "Sure," I said. "Go ahead." I heard Mindy open the door. Then I heard Lydia's voice. "I just came over to check out my competition." Oh, I thought, this is nice. I'll get up and pour them both a drink. We'll all drink together and talk. I like my women to understand each other. Then I heard Lydia say, "You're a cute little thing, aren't you?" Then I heard Mindy scream, and Lydia screamed. I heard scuffling, grunts, bodies flying. Furniture was upset. Mindy screamed again, the scream of one being attacked. Lydia screamed, the tigress at the kill. I leaped out of bed. I was going to separate them. I ran into the front room in my shorts. It was a hair-pulling, spitting, scratching, mad scene. I ran over to pull them apart. I stumbled over one of my shoes on the rug, fell heavily. Mindy ran out the door with Lydia right behind. They ran down the walk toward the street. I heard another scream. Several minutes passed. I got up and closed the door. Evidently Mindy had gotten away because suddenly Lydia walked in. She sat down in a chair near the door. She looked at me. "I'm sorry. I pissed myself." It was true. There was a dark stain in her crotch and one pant leg was soaked. "It's all right," I said. I poured Lydia a drink, and she sat there holding it in her hand. I couldn't hold my drink in my hand. No one spoke. A short time later there was a knock on the door. I got up in my shorts and opened it. My huge, white, flabby belly hung out over the top of the shorts. 2 policemen stood at the door. "Hello," I said. "We're answering a disturbance of the peace call." "Just a little family argument," I said. "We've got some details," said the cop, standing closest to me. "There are 2 women." "There usually are," I said. "All right," said the first cop. "I just want to ask you one question." "Okay." "Which of the 2 women do you want?" "I'll take that one." I pointed to Lydia, sitting in the chair, all pissed over herself. "All right, are you sure?" "I'm sure." The cops walked off, and there I was with Lydia again. Chapter 29. The phone rang the next morning. Lydia had gone back to her place. It was Bobby, the kid who lived in the next block and worked in the porno bookstore. "Mindy's down here. She wants you to come and talk to her." "All right." I walked over with 3 bottles of beer. Mindy was dressed in high heels and a black see-through outfit from Frederick's. It resembled a doll's dress, and you could see her black panties. There was no brassiere. Valerie wasn't around. I sat down and twisted the beer caps off, passed the bottles. "Are you going back to Lydia, Hank?" Mindy asked. "Sorry, yes, I'm back." "That was rotten, what happened. I thought you and Lydia were finished." "I thought we were. Those things are very strange." "All my clothes are down at your place. I'll have to come get them?" "Of course." "Are you sure she's gone?" "Yes." "She acts like a bull, that woman. She acts like a dyke." "I don't think she is." Mindy got up to go to the bathroom. Bobby looked at me. "I fucked her," he said. "Don't blame her. She had no other place to go." "I don't blame her." Valerie took her to Frederick's to cheer her up, got her a new outfit. Mindy came out of the bathroom. She'd been crying. "Mindy," I said, "I've got to go." "I'll be down later for my clothes." I got up and walked out the door. Mindy followed me out there. "Hold me," she said. I held her. She was crying. "You're never going to forget me. Never." I walked back to my place thinking, I wonder if Bobby fucked Mindy. Bobby and Valerie were into lots of strange new things. I didn't care for their lack of common feeling. It was the way they did everything without any show of emotion. The same way another person might yawn or boil a potato. Chapter 30. To pacify Lydia, I agreed to go to Mule's Head, Utah. Her sister was camping in the mountains. The sisters actually owned much of the land. It had been inherited from their father. Gwendoline, one of the sisters, had a tent pitched in the woods. She was writing a novel, The Wild Woman of the Mountains. The other sisters were to arrive any day. Lydia and I arrived first. We had a pup tent. We squeezed in there the first night, and the mosquitoes squeezed in with us. It was terrible. The next morning we sat around the campfire. Gwendoline and Lydia cooked breakfast. I had purchased $40 worth of groceries, which included several six-packs of beer. I had them cooling in a mountain spring. We finished breakfast. I helped with the dishes, and then Gwendoline brought out her novel and read to us. It wasn't really bad, but it was very unprofessional and needed a lot of polishing. Gwendoline presumed that the reader was as fascinated by her life as she was, which was a deadly mistake. The other deadly mistakes she had made were too numerous to mention. I walked to the spring and came back with 3 bottles of beer. The girls said no, they didn't want any. They were very anti-beer. We discussed Gwendoline's novel. I figured that anybody who would read their novel aloud to others had to be suspect. If that wasn't the old kiss of death, nothing was. The conversation shifted, and the girls started chatting about men, parties, dancing, and sex. Gwendoline had a high, excited voice and laughed nervously, laughed constantly. She was in her mid-40s, quite fat and very sloppy. Besides that, just like me, she was talk non-stop for over an hour, entirely about sex. I began to get dizzy. She waved her arms over her head. "I'm the wild woman of the mountains. Oh, where is the man, the real man with the courage to take me?" Well, he's certainly not here, I thought. I looked at Lydia. Let's go for a walk. "No," she said, "I want to read this book." It was called Love and Orgasm, a Revolutionary Guide to Sexual Fulfillment. "All right," I said. "I'll take a walk, then." I walked up to the mountain spring. I reached in for another beer, opened it, and sat there drinking. I was trapped in the mountains and woods with 2 crazy women. They took all the joy out of fucking by talking about it all the time. I like to fuck too all the time. I like to fuck too, but it wasn't my religion. There were too many ridiculous and tragic things about it. People didn't seem to know how to handle it, so they made a toy out of it, a toy that destroyed people. The main thing I decided was to find the right woman. But how? I had a red notebook and a pen with me. I scribbled a meditative poem into it. Then I walked up to the lake. Vance Pastures, the place was called. The sisters owned most of it. I had to take a shit. I took off my pants and squatted in the brush with the flies and the mosquitoes. I'd take the conveniences of the city any time. I had to wipe with leaves. I walked over to the lake and stuck 1 foot in the water. It was ice cold. "Old man, enter." My skin was ivory white. I felt very old, very soft. I moved out into the ice water. I went in up to my waist. Then I took a deep breath and leaped forward. I was all the way in. The mud swirled up from the bottom and got into my ears, my mouth, my hair. I stood there in the muddy water, my teeth chattering. I waited a long time for the water to settle and clear. Then I walked back out. I got dressed and made my way along the edge of the lake. When I got to the edge of the lake, I heard a sound like that of a waterfall. I went into a forest, moving toward the sound. I had to climb around some rocks across a gully. The sound came closer and closer. The flies and mosquitoes swarmed all over me. The flies were large and angry and hungry, much larger than city flies, and they knew a meal when they saw one. I pushed my way through some thick brush, and there it was, my first real, honest-to-Christ waterfall. The water just poured down the mountain and over a rocky ledge. It was beautiful. It kept coming and coming. The water was coming from somewhere, and it was running off somewhere. There were 3 or 4 streams that probably led to the lake. Finally, I got tired of watching it and decided to go back. I also decided to take a different route back, a shortcut. I worked my way down to the opposite side of the lake and cut off toward camp. I knew about where it was. I still had my red notebook. I stopped and wrote another poem, less meditative. Then I went on. I kept walking. The camp didn't appear. I walked some more. I looked around. I didn't know where it was. Suddenly it hit me. I was lost. Those horny sex bitches had driven me out of my mind, and now I was lost. I looked around. There was the backdrop of mountains, and all around me were trees and brush. There was no center, no starting point, no connection between anything. I felt fear, real fear. Why had I let them take me out of my city, my Los Angeles? A man could call a cab there. He could telephone. There were reasonable solutions to reasonable problems. Vast pastures stretched out around me for miles and miles. I threw away my red notebook. What a way for a writer to die. I could see it in the newspaper. Henry Chinaski, minor poet, found dead in Utah woods. Henry Chinaski, former post office clerk turned writer, was found in a decomposed state yesterday afternoon by forest ranger W.K. Brooks, Jr. Also found near the remains was a small red notebook, which evidently contained Mr. Chinaski's last written work. I walked on. Soon I was in a soggy area full of water. Every now and then one of my legs would sink to the knee in the bog, and I'd have to haul myself out. I came to a barbed wire fence. I knew immediately that I shouldn't climb the fence. I knew that it was the wrong thing to do, but there seemed no alternative. I climbed over the fence and stood there, cupped both hands around my mouth, and screamed, "Lydia!" There was no answer. I tried it again. "Lydia!" My voice sounded very mournful, the voice of a coward. I moved on. It would be nice, I thought, to be back with the sisters, hearing them laugh about sex and men and dancing and parties. It would be so nice to hear Glendoline's voice, Lydia's long hair. I'd faithfully take her to every party in town. I'd even dance with all the women and make brilliant jokes about everything. I'd endure all that subnormal driveling shit with a smile. I could almost hear myself. Hey, that's a great dance tune. Who wants to really go? Who wants to boogie on out? I kept walking through the bog. Finally I reached dry land. I got to a road. It was just an old dirt road, but it looked good. I could see tire marks, hoof prints. There were even wires overhead that carried electricity somewhere. All I had to do was follow those wires. I walked along the road. The sun was high in the sky. It must have been noon. I walked along, feeling foolish. I came to a locked gate across the road. What did that mean? There was a small entry at one side of the gate. Evidently the gate was a cattle guard. But where were the cattle? Where was the owner of the cattle? Maybe he only came around every 6 months. The top of my head began to ache. I reached up there and felt where I'd been blackjacked in a Philadelphia bar 30 years before. Some scar tissue remained. Now the scar tissue, baked by the sun, was swollen. It stood up like a small horn. I broke a piece off and threw it in the road. I walked another hour, then decided to turn back. It meant having to walk all the way back, yet I felt it was the thing to do. I took my shirt off and draped it over my head. I stopped once or twice and screamed, "Lydia!" There was no reply. Some time later I got back to the gate. All I had to do was walk around it, but there was something in the way. It stood in front of the gate about 15 feet from me. A doe, a fawn, a something. I moved slowly toward it. It didn't budge. Was it going to let me by? It didn't seem to fear me. I guess it sensed my confusion, my cowardice. I approached closer and closer. It wouldn't get out of the way. It had large, beautiful brown eyes, more beautiful than the eyes of any woman I had ever seen. I couldn't believe it. I was within 3 feet of it, ready to back off, when it bolted. It ran off the road and into the woods. It was in excellent shape. It could really run. As I walked further along the road, I heard the sound of running water. I needed water. You couldn't live very long without water. I left the road and moved toward the sound of rushing water. There was a little hill covered with grass, and as I topped the hill, there it was, water, spilling out of several cement pipes in the face of a dam into some kind of reservoir. I sat down at the edge of the reservoir and took off my shoes and stockings, pulled up my pants, and stuck my legs into the water. Then I poured water over my head. Then I drank, but not too much or too fast, just like I'd seen it done in the movies. After recovering a bit, I noticed the pier that went out over the reservoir. I walked out on the pier and came to a large metal box bolted to the side of the pier. It was locked with a padlock. There was probably a telephone in there. I could phone for help. I went and found a large rock and started smashing it against the lock. It wouldn't give. What the hell would Jack London do? What would Hemingway do? John Genet? I kept smashing the rock against the lock. Sometimes I missed, and my hand hit the lock or the metal box itself. Skin ripped, blood flowed. I gathered myself one final blow. It opened. I took it off and opened the metal box. There was no telephone. There were a series of switches and some heavy cables. I reached in, touched a wire, and got a terrible shock. Then I pulled a switch. I heard the roar of water. Out of 3 or 4 of the holes in the concrete face of the dam shot giant white jets of water. I pulled another switch. 3 or 4 other holes opened up, releasing tons of water. I pulled a third switch, and the whole dam let loose. I stood and watched the water pouring forth. Maybe I could start a flood, and cowboys would come on horses or in rugged little pickup trucks to rescue me. I could see the headline, "Henry Chinaski, minor poet, floods Utah countryside in order to save his soft Los Angeles.It." I decided against it. I threw all the switches back to normal, closed the metal box, and hung the broken lock back on it. I left the reservoir, found another road up the way, and began following it. This road seemed more used than the other. I walked along. I'd never been so tired I could hardly see. Suddenly there was a little girl about 5 years old walking towards me. She wore a little blue dress and white shoes. She looked frightened when she saw me. I tried to look pleasant and friendly as I edged toward her. "Little girl, don't go away. I won't hurt you. I'm lost. Where are your parents? Little girl, take me to your parents." The little girl pointed. I saw a trailer and a car parked up ahead. "Hey, I'm lost," I shouted. "Christ, am I glad to see you." Lydia stepped around the side of the trailer. Her hair was done up in red curlers. "Come on, city boy," she said. "Follow me home." "I'm so—" "No, follow me." Lydia took off running about 20 feet in front of me. It was hard keeping up. I asked those people if they had seen a city boy around, she called back over her shoulder. They said no. Lydia, I love you. Come on, you're slow. Wait, Lydia, wait. She vaulted over a barbed wire fence. I couldn't make it. I got tangled up in the wire. I couldn't move. I was like a trapped cow. Lydia! She came back with her red curlers and started helping me get loose from the barbs. I tracked you. I found your red notebook. You got lost deliberately because you were pissed. No, I got lost out of ignorance and fear. I'm not a complete person. I'm a stunted city person. I'm a stunted city person. I am more or less a failed, drizzling shit with absolutely nothing to offer. Christ, she said. Don't you think I know that? She freed me from the last barb. I lurched after her. I was back with Lydia again. Chapter 31. It was 3 or 4 days before I had to fly to Houston to give a reading. I went to the track, drank at the track, and afterwards I went to a bar on Hollywood Boulevard. I went home at 9 or 10 p.m. As I moved through the bedroom towards the bathroom, I tripped over the telephone cord. I fell against the corner of the bed frame, an edge of steel like a knife blade. When I got up, I found I had a deep gash just above the ankle. The blood ran into the rug, and I left a bloody trail as I went to the bathroom. The blood ran over the tiles, and I left red footprints as I walked about. There was a knock on the door, and I let Bobby in. Jesus Christ, man, what happened? It's death, I said. I'm bleeding to death. Man, he said, you better do something about that leg. Valerie knocked. I let her in, too. She screamed. I poured Bobby and Valerie and myself drinks. The phone rang. It was Lydia. Lydia, baby, I'm bleeding to death. Is this one of your dramatic trips again? No, I'm bleeding to death. Ask Valerie. Valerie took the phone. It's true, his ankle is cut open. There's blood everywhere, and he won't do anything about it. You better come over. When Lydia arrived, I was sitting on the couch. Look, Lydia. Death. Tiny veins were hanging out of the wound like strings of spaghetti. I yanked at some of them. I took my cigarette and tapped ashes into the wound. I'm a man. Hell, I'm a man. Lydia went and got some hydrogen peroxide and poured it into the wound. It was nice. White foam gushed out of the wound. It sizzled and bubbled. Lydia poured some more in. You better go to a hospital, Bobby said. I don't need a fucking hospital, I said. It'll cure itself. The next morning, the wound looked horrible. It was still open and seemed to be forming a nice crust. I went to the drugstore for some more hydrogen peroxide, some bandages, and some Epsom salts. I filled the tub full of hot water and Epsom salts and got in. I began thinking about myself with only one leg. There were advantages. Henry Chinaski is without a doubt the greatest one-legged poet in the world. Bobby came by that afternoon. You know what it costs to get a leg amputated? $12,000. After Bobby left, I phoned my doctor. I went to Houston with a heavily bandaged leg. I was taking antibiotic pills in an attempt to cure the infection. My doctor mentioned that any drinking would nullify the good the antibiotic pills had. At the reading, which was at the Modern Art Museum, I went on sober. After I read a few poems, somebody in the audience asked, How come you're not drunk? Henry Chinaski couldn't make it, I said. I'm his brother, Ephraim. I read another poem and then confessed about the antibiotics. I also told him it was against museum rules to drink on the premises. Somebody from the audience came up with a beer. I drank it and read some more. Somebody else came up with another beer. Then the beer began to flow. The poems got better. There was a party and a dinner afterwards at a cafe. Almost directly across the table from me was absolutely the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. She looked like a young Katharine Hepburn. She was about 22, and she just radiated beauty. I kept making wisecracks, calling her Katharine Hepburn. She seemed to like it. I didn't expect anything to come of it. She was with a girlfriend. When it came time to leave, I said to the museum director, a woman named Nana, at whose house I was staying, "I'm gonna miss her. She was too good to believe." "She's coming home with us." "I don't believe it." But later, there she was, at Nana's place, in the bedroom with me. She had on a sheer nightgown, and she sat on the combing her very long hair and smiling at me. "What's your name?" I asked. "Laura," she said. "Well, look, Laura, I'm going to call you Katharine." "All right," she said. Her hair was reddish-brown and so very long. She was small but well-proportioned. Her face was the most beautiful thing about her. "Can I pour you a drink?" I asked. "Oh, no, I don't drink. I don't like it." Actually, she frightened me. I couldn't understand what she was doing there with me. She didn't appear to be a groupie. I went to the bathroom, came back, and turned out the light. I could feel her getting into bed next to me. I took her in my arms, and we began kissing. I couldn't believe my luck. What right had I? How could a few books of poems call this forth? There was no way to understand it. I certainly was not about to reject it. I became very aroused. Suddenly she went down and took my cock in her mouth. I watched the slow movement of her head and body in the moonlight. She wasn't as good at it as some, but it was the very fact of her doing it that was amazing. Just as I was about to come, I reached down and buried my hand in that mass of beautiful hair, pulling at it in the moonlight as I came in Katharine's mouth. Chapter 32. Lydia met me at the airport. She was horny as usual. "Jesus Christ," she said, "I'm hot. I play with myself, but it doesn't do any good." We were driving back to my place. "Lydia, my leg is still in terrible shape. I don't know if I can handle it with this leg." "What?" "It's true. I don't think I can fuck with my leg the way it is." "What the hell good are you, then?" "Well, I can fry eggs and do magic tricks." "Don't be funny. I'm asking you, what the hell good are you?" "The leg will heal. If it doesn't, they'll cut it off. Be patient." "If you hadn't been drunk, you wouldn't have fallen and cut your leg. It's always the bottle." "It's not always the bottle, Lydia. We fuck about 4 times a week. For my age, that's pretty good." "Sometimes I think you don't even enjoy it." "Lydia, sex isn't everything. You're obsessed. For Christ's sake, give it a rest." "A rest until your leg heals? How am I going to make it meanwhile?" "I'll play Scrabble with you." Lydia screamed. The car began to swerve all over the street. "You son of a bitch, I'll kill you!" She crossed the double yellow line at high speed, directly into oncoming traffic. Horns sounded and cars scattered. We drove on against the flow of traffic, cars approaching us, peeling off to the left and right. Then, just as abruptly, Lydia swerved back across the double line into the lane we had just vacated. "Where are the police?" I thought. Why is it that when Lydia does something, the police become non-existent? All right, she said. I'm taking you home, and that's it. I've had it. I'm going to sell my house and move to Phoenix. Glendoline lives in Phoenix now. My sisters warned me about living with an old fuck like you. We drove the remainder of the way without talking. When we reached my place, I took out my suitcase, looked at Lydia, said, "Goodbye." She was crying without making a sound. Her whole face was wet. Suddenly she drove off toward Western Avenue. I walked into the court, back from another reading. I checked the mail and then phoned Catherine, who lived in Austin, Texas. She seemed truly glad to hear from me, and it was good to hear that Texas accent, that high laughter. I told her that I wanted her to come visit me, that I'd pay airfare both ways. We'd go to the racetrack, we'd go to Malibu, whatever she wanted. But, Hank, don't you have a girlfriend? No, none. I'm a recluse. But you're always writing about women in your poems. That's past. This is present. But what about Lydia? Lydia? Yes, you told me all about her. What did I tell you? You told me how she beat up 2 other women. Would you let her beat me up? I'm not very big, you know. It can't happen. She's moved to Phoenix. I tell you, Catherine, you are the exceptional woman I've been looking for. Please, trust me. I'll have to make arrangements. I'll have to get somebody to take care of my cat. All right, but I want you to know that everything is clear here. But, Hank, don't forget what you told me about your women. Told you what? You said they always come back. That's just macho talk. I'll come, she said. As soon as I get things straight here, I'll make a reservation and let you know the details. When I was in Texas, Catherine had told me about her life. I was only the 3rd man she had slept with. There had been her husband, an alcoholic track star, and me. Her ex-husband, Arnold, was into show business and the arts in some way. Exactly how it worked, I didn't know. He was continually signing contracts with rock stars, painters, and so forth. The business was $60,000 in debt, but flourishing. One of those situations where the further you were in debt, the better off you were. I didn't know what happened to the track star. He just ran off, I guess. And then Arnold got on coke. The coke changed him overnight. Catherine said she didn't know him anymore. It was terrifying. Ambulance trips to hospitals. And then he'd be back at the office the next morning as if nothing had happened. Then Joanna Dover entered the picture. A tall, stately semi-millionairess, educated and crazy. She and Arnold began to do business together. Joanna Dover dealt in the arts like some people deal in corn futures. She discovered unknown artists on the way up, bought their work cheap, and sold high after they became recognized. She had that kind of eye, and a magnificent 6-foot body. She began to see a lot of Arnold. One evening Joanna came to pick up Arnold, dressed in an expensive, tight-fitting gown. Then Catherine knew that Joanna really meant business, so after that she went along whenever Arnold and Joanna would go out. They were a trio. Arnold had a very low sex drive, so Catherine wasn't worried about that. She was worried about the business. Then Joanna dropped out of the picture, and Arnold got more and more into coke. More and more ambulance trips. Catherine finally divorced him. She still saw Arnold, however. She took coffee to the office at 10:30 every morning for the staff, and Arnold put her on the payroll, which enabled her to keep the house. She and Arnold had dinner there now and then, but no sex. Still, he needed her. She felt protective towards him. Catherine also believed in health foods, and the only meat she ate was chicken and fish. She was a beautiful woman. Chapter 33. Within a day or two, about 1 p.m. in the afternoon, there was a knock at my door. It was a painter, Monty Riff, or so he informed me. He also told me that I used to get drunk with him when I lived on DeLongpre Avenue. "I don't remember you," I said. "Dee Dee used to bring me over." "Oh, yeah? Well, come on in." Monty had a six-pack with him, and a tall, stately woman. "This is Joanna Dover." He introduced me to her. "I missed your reading in Houston," she said. "Laura Stanley told me all about you," I said. "You know her?" "Yes, but I've renamed her Catherine after Katharine Hepburn." "You really know her?" "Fairly well." "How well?" "She's flying out to visit me in a day or two." "Really?" "Yes." We finished the six-pack, and I left to go get some more. When I got back, Monty was gone. Joanna told me that he had an appointment. We got to talking about painting, and I brought out some of mine. She looked at them and decided that she'd like to buy 2 of them. "How much?" she asked. "Well, $40 for the small one and $60 for the large one." Joanna wrote me out a check for $100. Then she said, "I want you to live with me." What? This is pretty sudden. It would pay off. I have some money. Just don't ask me how much. I've been thinking of some reasons why we should live together. Do you want to hear them? No. One thing, if we lived together, I'd take you to Paris. I hate to travel. I'd show you a Paris you'd really like. Let me think it over. I leaned over and gave her a kiss. Then I kissed her again, this time a little longer. "Shit," I said. "Let's go to bed." "All right," said Joanna Dover. We undressed and climbed in. She was 6 feet tall. I'd always had small women. It was strange. Every place I reached there seemed to be more woman. We warmed up. I gave her 3 or 4 minutes of oral sex, then mounted. She was good. She was really good. We cleaned up, got dressed, and then she took me to dinner in Malibu. She told me she lived in Galveston, Texas. She gave me her phone number, the address, and told me to come and see her. I told her that I would. She told me that she was serious about Paris and the rest. It had been a good fuck, and the dinner was excellent, too. Chapter 34. The next day, Catherine phoned me. She said she had the tickets and would be landing at L.A. International Friday at 2:30 p.m. "Catherine," I said, "there's something I've got to tell you." "Hank, don't you want to see me?" "I want to see you more than anybody I know." "Then what is it?" "Well, you know Joanna Dover?" "Joanna Dover?" "The one, your husband—" "What about her, Hank?" "Well, she came to see me." "You mean she came to your place?" "Yes. What happened?" "We talked. She bought 2 of my paintings." "Anything else happen?" "Yeah." Catherine was quiet. Then she said, "Hank, I don't know if I want to see you now." "I understand. Look, why don't you think it over and call me back? I'm sorry, Catherine. I'm sorry it happened. That's all I can say." She hung up. She won't phone back, I thought. The best woman I ever met, and I blew it. I deserved defeat. I deserved to die alone in a madhouse. I sat by the telephone. I read the newspaper, the sports section, the financial section, the funny papers. The phone rang. It was Catherine. "Fuck Joanna Dover," she laughed. I'd never heard Catherine swear like that before. "Then you're coming?" "Yes." "Do you have the arrival time?" "I have it all. I'll be there." We said goodbye. Catherine was coming. She was coming for at least a week, with that face, that body, that hair, those eyes, that laugh. Chapter 35. I came out of the bar and checked the message board. The plane was on time. Catherine was in the air and moving towards me. I sat down and waited. Across from me was a well-groomed woman reading a paperback. Her dress was up around her thighs, showing all that flank, that leg wrapped in nylon. Why did she insist on doing that? I had a newspaper, and I looked over the top up her dress. She had great thighs. Who was getting those thighs? I felt foolish staring up her dress, but I couldn't help myself. She was built. Once she had been a little girl. Someday she would be dead. But now she was showing me her upper legs. The goddamn strumpet! I'd give her 100 strokes. I'd give her 7½ inches of throbbing purple. She crossed her legs and her dress inched higher. She looked up from her paperback. Her eyes looked into mine as I watched over the top of the newspaper. Her expression was indifferent. She reached into her purse and took out a stick of gum, took the wrapper off and put the gum in her mouth. Green gum. She chewed on the green gum, and I watched her mouth. She didn't pull her skirt down. She knew that I was looking. There was nothing I could do. I opened my wallet and took out 2 $50 bills. She looked up, saw the bills, looked back down. Then a fat man plopped down next to me. His face was very massive nose. He was dressed in a jumpsuit, a light brown jumpsuit. He farted. The lady pulled her dress down, and I put the bills back in my wallet. My cock softened, and I got up and went to the drinking fountain. Out in the landing area, Catherine's plane was taxiing toward the ramp. I stood and waited. "Catherine, I adore you." Catherine walked off the ramp, perfect, with red-brown hair, slim body, a blue dress clinging as she walked, white shoes, slim, neat ankles. Youth. She wore a white hat with a wide brim, the brim turned down just right. Her eyes looked out from under the brim, large and brown and laughing. She had class. She'd never show her ass in an airport waiting area. And there I was, 225 pounds, perpetually lost and confused, short legs, ape-like upper body, all chest, no neck, head too large, blurred eyes, hair uncombed, 6 feet of geek waiting for her. Catherine moved toward me. That long, clean, red-brown hair. Texas women were so relaxed, so natural. I gave her a kiss and asked about her baggage. I suggested a stop at the bar. The waitresses had on short red dresses that showed their ruffled white panties. The necklines of their dresses were cut low to show their breasts. They earned their salaries, they earned their tips, every cent. They lived in the suburbs, and they hated men. They lived with their mothers and brothers and were in love with their psychiatrists. We finished our drinks and went to get Catherine's baggage. A number of men tried to catch her eye, but she walked close by my side holding my arm. Few beautiful women were willing to indicate in public that they belonged to someone. I had known enough women to realize this. I accepted them for what they were, and love came hard and very seldom. When it did, it was usually for the wrong reasons. One simply became tired of holding love back and let it go because it needed some place to go. Then, usually, there was trouble. At my place, Catherine opened her suitcase and took out a pair of rubber gloves. She laughed. "What is this?" I asked. "Darn friend, she saw me packing, and she said, 'What the hell are you doing?' And I said, 'I've never seen Hank's place, but I know that before I can cook in it and live in it and sleep in it, I've got to clean it up.'" Then Catherine gave off that happy Texas laugh. She went into the bathroom and put on a pair of blue jeans and an orange blouse, came out barefooted, and went into the kitchen with her rubber gloves. I went into the bathroom and changed clothes also. I decided that if Lydia came by, I'd never let her touch Catherine. Lydia? Where was she? What was she doing? I sent up a little prayer to the gods who watched over me. Please keep Lydia away. Let her suck on the horns of cowboys and dance until 3 a.m., but please keep her away. When I came out, Catherine was on her knees scrubbing a 2 years' worth of grease on my kitchen floor. "Catherine," I said, "let's go out on the town. Let's go have dinner. This is no way to begin." "All right, Hank, but I've got to finish this floor first, then we'll go." I sat and waited. Then she came out, and I was sitting in a chair, waiting. She bent over and kissed me, laughing. "You are a dirty old man." Then she walked into the bedroom. I was in love again. I was in trouble. Chapter 36. After dinner we came back and we talked. She was a health food addict and didn't eat meat except for chicken and fish. It certainly worked for her. "Hank," she said, "tomorrow I'm going to clean your bathroom." "All right," I said over my drink. "And I must do my exercises every day. Will that bother you?" No. "Will you be able to write while I'm fussing around here?" "No problem." "I can go for walks?" "No, not alone, not in this neighborhood." "I don't want to interfere with your writing." "There's no way I can stop writing. It's a form of insanity." Catherine came over and sat by me on the couch. She seemed more a girl than a woman. I put down my drink and kissed her, a long, slow kiss. Her lips were cool and soft. I was very conscious of her long, red-brown hair. I pulled away and had another drink. She confused me. I was used to vile, drunken wenches. We talked for another hour. "Let's go to sleep," I told her. "I'm tired." "Fine, I'll get ready first," she said. I sat drinking. I needed more to drink. She simply was too much. "Hank," she said, "I'm in bed." "All right." I went into the bathroom and undressed, brushed my teeth, washed my face and hands. She came all the way from Texas, I thought. She came on a plane just to see me, and now she's in my bed waiting. I didn't have any pajamas. I walked toward the bed. She was in a nightie. "Hank," she said, "we have about 6 days. When it's safe, then we'll have to think of something else." I got into bed with her. The little girl-woman was ready. I pulled her towards me. Luck was mine again. The gods were smiling. The kisses became more intense. I placed her hand on my cock and then pulled up her nightie. I began to play with her cunt. Catherine, with a cunt? The clit came out, and I touched it gently again and again. Finally I mounted. My cock entered halfway. It was very tight. I moved it back and forth, then pushed. The remainder of my cock slid in. It was glorious. I moved, and her grip held. I tried to control myself. I stopped stroking and waited to cool off. I kissed her, working her lips apart, sucking at the upper lip. I saw her hair spread wide across the pillow. Then I gave up trying to please her and simply fucked her, ripping viciously. It was like murder. I didn't care. My cock had gone crazy. All that hair, her young and beautiful face, it was like raping the Virgin Mary. I came inside of her, agonizing, feeling my sperm enter her body. She was helpless, and I shot my cum deep into her ultimate core, body and soul, again and again. Later on, we slept. Or Catherine slept. I held her from the back. For the first time I thought of marriage. I knew that there certainly were flaws in her that had not surfaced. The beginning of a relationship was always the easiest. After that the unveiling began, never to stop. Still, I thought of marriage. I thought of a house, a dog, and a cat, of shopping and supermarkets. Henry Chinaski was losing his balls and didn't care. At last I slept. When I awakened in the morning, Catherine was sitting on the edge of the bed brushing those yards of red-brown hair. Her large, dark eyes looked at me as I awakened. "Hello, Catherine," I said. "Will you marry me?" "Please don't," she said. "I don't like it." "I mean it." "Oh, shit, Hank." "What?" "I said shit, and if you talk that way, I'm taking the first plane out." "All right." "Hank?" "Yes?" I looked at Catherine. She kept brushing her long hair. Her large brown eyes looked at me, and she was smiling. She said, "It's just sex, Hank. It's just sex." Then she laughed. It wasn't a sardonic laugh. It was really joyful. She brushed her hair, and I put my arm around her waist and rested my head against her leg. I wasn't quite sure of anything. Chapter 37. I took women either to the boxing matches or to the racetrack. That Thursday night I took Catherine to the boxing matches at the Olympic Auditorium. She had never been to a live fight. We got there before the first bout and sat at ringside. I drank beer and smoked and waited. "It's strange," I told her, "that people will sit here and wait for two men to climb up there into that ring and try to punch each other out. It does seem awful." "This place was built a long time ago," I told her as she looked around the ancient arena. "There are only two restrooms, one for men, the other for women, and they're small. So try to go before or after intermission." "All right." The Olympic was attended mostly by Latinos and lower-class working whites, with a few movie stars and celebrities. There were many good Mexican fighters, and they fought with their hearts. The only bad fights were when whites or blacks fought, especially the heavyweights. Being there with Catherine felt strange. Human relationships were strange. I mean, you were with one person a while, eating and sleeping and living with them, loving them, talking to them, going places together, and then it stopped. Then there was a short period when you weren't with anybody. Then another woman arrived, and you ate with her and fucked her, and it all seemed so normal, as if you had been waiting just for her and she had been waiting for you. I never felt right being alone. Sometimes it felt good, but it never felt right. The first fight was a good one, lots of blood and courage. There was something to be learned about writing from watching boxing matches or going to the racetrack. The message wasn't clear, but it helped me. That was the important part. The message wasn't clear. It was wordless, like a house burning, or an earthquake, or a flood, or a woman getting out of a car showing her legs. I didn't know what other writers needed. I didn't care. I couldn't read them anyway. I was locked into my own habits, my own prejudices. It wasn't bad being dumb if the ignorance was all your own. I knew that someday I would write about Catherine and that it would be hard. It was easy to write about whores, but to write about a good woman was much more difficult. The second fight was good, too. The crowd screamed and roared and swilled beer. They had temporarily escaped the factories, the warehouses, the slaughterhouses, the car washes. They'd be back in captivity the next day, but now they were out. They were wild with freedom. They weren't thinking about the slavery of poverty, or the slavery of welfare and food stamps. The rest of us would be all right until the poor learned how to make atom bombs in their basements. All the fights were good. I got up and went to the restroom. When I got back, Catherine was very still. She looked more like she should be attending a ballet or a concert. She looked so delicate, and yet she was such a marvelous fuck. Kept drinking, and Catherine would grab one of my hands when a fight became exceptionally brutal. The crowd loved knockouts. They screamed when one of the fighters was on the way out. They were landing those punches. Maybe they were punching out their bosses or their wives. Who knew? Who cared? More beer. I suggested to Catherine that we leave before the final bout. I'd had enough. "All right," she said. We walked up the narrow aisle, the air blue with smoke. There was no whistling, no obscene gestures. My scarred and battered face was sometimes an asset. We walked back to the small parking lot under the freeway. The '67 blue Volks was not there. The '67 model was the last good Volks, and the young men knew it. "Hepburn, they stole our fucking car." "Oh, Hank, surely not." "It's gone. It was sitting there." I pointed. "Now it's gone." "Hank, what will we do?" "We'll take a taxi." I really feel bad. Why do people do that? They have to. It's their way out. We went into a coffee shop and I phoned for a cab. We ordered coffee and donuts. While we had been watching the fights, they had pulled the coat hanger and hot wire trick. I had a saying, "Take my woman, but leave my car alone." I would never kill a man who took my woman. I might kill a man who took my car. The cab at my place, luckily, there was beer and some vodka. I'd given up all hope of staying sober enough to make love. Catherine knew it. I paced up and down, talking about my '67 blue Volks, the last good model. I couldn't even call the police. I was too drunk. I'd have to wait until morning, until noon. Hepburn, I told her, it's not your fault. You didn't steal it. I wish I had. You'd have it now. I thought of 2 or 3 young kids racing my blue baby down along the coast highways, smoking dope, laughing, opening it up. Then I thought of all the junkyards along Santa Fe Avenue, mountains of bumpers, windshields, door handles, wiper motors, engine parts, tires, wheels, hoods, jacks, bucket seats, front wheel bearings, brake shoes, radios, pistons, valves, carburetors, camshafts, transmissions, axles. My car soon would be just a pile of accessories. That night I slept up against Catherine, but my heart was sad and cold. Chapter 38. Luckily, I had auto insurance that paid for a rental car. I drove Catherine to the racetrack in it. We sat in the sun deck at Hollywood Park near the stretch turn. Catherine said she didn't want to bet, but I took her inside and showed her the tote board and the betting windows. I put 5 win on a 7-2 shot with Early Lick, my favorite kind of horse. I always figured if you're going to lose, you might as well lose in front. You had the race won until somebody beat you. The horse went wire to wire, pulling away at the end. It paid $9.40, and I was $17.50 ahead. The next race, she remained in her seat while I went to make my bet. When I came back, she pointed to a man 2 rows below us. See that man there? Yes. He told me he won $2,000 yesterday and that he's $25,000 ahead for the meet. Don't you want to bet? Maybe we can all win. Oh, no, I don't know anything about it. It's simple. You give them $1 and they give you 84 cents back. It's called the take. The state and the track split it about even. They don't care who wins the race. Their take is out of the total mutual pool. In the second race, my horse, the 8-5 favorite, ran second. A long shot had nosed me at the wire. It paid $45.80. The man 2 rows down turned and looked at Catherine. I had it, he told her. I had 10 on the nose. Ooh, she told him. That's good. I turned to the third race, an affair for 2-year-old maiden colts and geldings. At 5 minutes to post, I checked the tote and went to bed. As I walked away, I saw the man 2 rows down turn and begin talking to Catherine. There were at least a dozen of them at the track every day who told attractive women what big winners they were, hoping that somehow they would end up in bed with them. Maybe they didn't even think that far. Maybe they only hoped vaguely for something without being quite sure what it was. They were addled and dizzied, taking the 10 count. Who could hate them? Big winners, but if you watched them bet, they were usually at the $2 window, their shoes down at the heels and their clothing dirty, the lowest of the breed. I took the even money shot, and he won by 6 and paid $4. Not much, but I had him 10 win. The man turned around and looked at Catherine. I had it, he told her. $100 to win. Catherine didn't answer. She was beginning to understand. Winners don't shoot off their mouths. They're afraid of getting murdered in the parking lot. After the 4th race, a $22.80 winner, he turned again and told Catherine, I had that one, 10 across. She turned away. His face is yellow, Hank. Did you see his eyes? He's sick. He's sick on the dream. We're all sick on the dream. That's why we're out here. "Hank, let's go." "All right." That night she drank half a bottle of red wine, good wine, and she was sad and quiet. I knew she was connecting me with the racetrack people and the boxing crowd, and it was true. I was with them. I was one of them. Catherine knew that there was something about me that was not wholesome in the sense of wholesome is as wholesome does. I was drawn to all the wrong things. I liked to drink. I was lazy. I didn't have a God, politics, ideas, ideals. I was settled into nothingness, a kind of non-being, and I accepted it. It didn't make for an interesting person. I didn't want to be interesting. It was too hard. What I really wanted was only a soft, hazy space to live in and to be left alone. On the other hand, when I got drunk, I screamed, went crazy, got all out of hand. One kind of behavior didn't fit the other. I didn't care. The fucking was very good that night, but it was the night I lost her. There was nothing I could do about it. I rolled off and wiped myself on the sheet as she went into the bathroom. Overhead, a police helicopter circled over Hollywood. Chapter 39. The next night, Bobby and Valerie came over. They had recently moved into my apartment building and now lived across the court. Bobby had on his tight knit shirt. Everything always fitted Bobby perfectly. His pants were snug and just the right length. He wore the right shoes and his hair was styled. Valerie also dressed mod, but not quite as consciously. People called them the Barbie dolls. Valerie was all right when you got her alone. She was intelligent and very energetic and damned honest. Bobby, too, was more human when he and I were alone, but when a new woman was around, he became very dull and obvious. He would direct all his attention and conversation to the woman, as if his very presence was an interesting and marvelous thing, but his conversation became predictable and dull. I wondered how Catherine would handle him. They sat down. I was in a chair near the window, and Valerie sat between Bobby and Catherine on the couch. Bobby began. He bent forward and, ignoring Valerie, directed his attention to Catherine. "Do you like Los Angeles?" he asked. "It's all right," answered Catherine. "Are you going to stay here much longer?" A while longer." "You're from Texas?" "Yes." "Are your parents from Texas?" "Yes." "Anything good on TV out there?" "It's about the same." "I've got an uncle in Texas." "Oh." "Yes, he lives in Dallas." Catherine didn't answer. Then she said, "Excuse me, I'm going to make a sandwich. Does anybody want anything?" We said we didn't. Catherine got up and went into the kitchen. Bobby got up and followed her. You couldn't quite hear his words, but you could tell that he was asking more questions. Valerie stared at the floor. Catherine and Bobby were in the kitchen a long time. Suddenly, Valerie raised her head and began talking to me. She spoke very rapidly and nervously. "Valerie," I stopped her, "we needn't talk." "We don't have to talk." She put her head down again. Then I said, "Hey, you guys have been in there a long time. Are you waxing the floor?" Bobby laughed and began tapping his foot in rhythm on the floor. Finally, Catherine came out, followed by Bobby. She walked over to me and showed me her sandwich, peanut butter on cracked wheat with sliced bananas and sesame seeds. "It looks good," I told her. She sat down and began eating her sandwich. It became quiet. It remained quiet. Then Bobby said, "Well, I think we better go." They left. After the door closed, Catherine looked at me and said, "Don't think anything, Hank. He was just trying to impress me. He's done that with every woman I've known since I've known him." The phone rang. It was Bobby. "Hey, man, what have you done to my wife?" "What's the matter?" "She just sits here. She's completely depressed. She won't talk." "I haven't done anything to your wife." "I don't understand it." "Good night, Bobby." I hung up. "It was Bobby," I told Catherine. "His wife is depressed." "Really?" "It seems so." "Are you sure you don't want a sandwich?" "Can you make me one just like yours?" "Oh, yes." "I'll take it." Chapter 40. Catherine stayed 4 or 5 more days. We had reached the time of the month when it was risky for Catherine to fuck. I couldn't stand rubbers. Catherine got some contraceptive foam. Meanwhile, the police had recovered my Volks. We went down to where it was impounded. It was intact and in good shape except for a dead battery. I had it hauled to a Hollywood garage where they put it in order. After a last goodbye in bed, I drove Catherine to the airport in the blue Volks, TRV 469. It wasn't a happy day for me. We sat not saying much. Then they called her flight, and we kissed. Hey, they all saw this young girl kissing this old man. I don't give a damn. Catherine kissed me again. You're going to miss your flight, I said. Come see me, Hank. I have a nice house. I live alone. Come see me. I will. Right. I will. Catherine walked into the boarding tunnel and was gone. I walked back to the parking lot, got in the Volks, thinking, I've still got this. What the hell? I haven't lost everything. It started. Chapter 41. That evening I started drinking. It wasn't going to be easy without Catherine. I found some things she'd left behind, earrings, a bracelet. I've got to get back to the typewriter, I thought. Art takes discipline. Any asshole can chase a skirt. I drank, thinking about it. At 2:10 a.m., the phone rang. I was drinking my last beer. Hello? Hello? It was a woman's voice, a young woman. Yes? Are you Henry Chinaski? Yes. My girlfriend and Mars are writing. It's her birthday, and I told her I'd phone you. We were surprised to find you in the phone book. I'm listed. Well, it's her birthday, and I thought it might be nice if we could come to see you. All right. I told Arlene that you probably had women all over the place. I'm a recluse. Then it's all right if we come over? I gave them the address and directions. Only one thing. I'm out of beer. We'll get you some beer. My name's Tammy. It's after 2 a.m. We'll get some beer. Cleavage can work wonders. They arrived in 20 minutes with the cleavage, but without the beer. That son of a bitch, said Arlene. He always gave it to us before. This time he seemed scared. Fuck him, said Tammy. They both sat down and announced their ages. I'm 32, said Arlene. I'm 23, said Tammy. Add your ages together, I said, and you got me. Arlene's hair was long and black. She sat in a chair by the window, combing her hair, making up her face, looking into a large silver mirror and talking. She was obviously high on pills. Tammy had a near-perfect body and long, natural red hair. She was on pills too, but wasn't as high. "It will cost you $100 for a piece of ass," Tammy told me. "I'll pass." Tammy was hard, like so many women in their early 20s. Her face was shark-like. I disliked her right off. They left around 3:30 a.m., and I went to bed alone. Chapter 42. 2 mornings later, at 4 a.m., somebody beat on the door. "Who is it?" "It's a red-headed floozy." I let Tammy in. She sat down, and I opened a couple of beers. "I've got bad breath. I have these 2 bad teeth. You can't kiss me." "All right." We talked. Well, I listened. Tammy was on speed. I listened and looked at her long red hair, and when she was preoccupied, I looked and looked at that body. It was bursting out of her clothing, begging to get out. She talked on and on. I didn't touch her. At 6 a.m., Tammy gave me her address and phone number. "I've got to go," she said. "I'll walk you to your car." It was a bright red Camaro, completely wrecked. The front was smashed in, one side was ripped open, and the windows were gone. Inside were rags and shirts and Kleenex boxes and newspapers and milk cartons and Coke bottles and wire and rope and paper napkins and magazines and paper cups and shoes and bent-colored drinking straws. This mass of stuff was piled above seat level and covered the seats. Only the driver's area had a little clear space. Tammy stuck her head out the window and we kissed. Then she tore away from the curb, and by the time she reached the corner, she was doing 45. She did hit the brakes, and the Camaro bobbed up and down, up and down. I walked back inside. I went to bed and thought about her hair. I'd never known a real redhead. It was fire. Like lightning from heaven, I thought. Somehow her face didn't seem to be as hard anymore. Chapter 43. I phoned her. It was 1 a.m. I went over. Tammy lived in a small bungalow behind a house. She let me in. "Be quiet. Don't wake Dancy. She's my daughter. She's 6 years old, and she's asleep in the bedroom." I had a 6-pack of beer. Tammy put it in the refrigerator and came out with 2 bottles. "My daughter mustn't see anything. I still have the 2 bad teeth, which makes my breath bad. We can't kiss." "All right." The bedroom door was closed. "Look," she said, "I've got to take some vitamin B, and I'm going to have to pull my pants down and stab myself in the ass. Look the other way." "All right." I watched her draw liquid into the syringe. I looked the other way. "I've got to get it all," she said. When it was done, she turned on a small red radio. "Nice place you got here. I'm a month behind on the rent." "Oh, it's all right. The landlord, he lives in the place up front. I can hold him off." "Good. He's married, the old fuck, and guess what? I can't." The other day his wife was gone somewhere and the old fuck asked me to come over. I went over and sat down, and guess what? He pulled it out? No, he put on dirty movies. He thought that shit would turn me on. It didn't. I said, "Mr. Miller, I have to leave now. I have to pick Dancy up at school." Tammy gave me an upper, We talked and talked, and drank beer. At 6 a.m., Tammy opened the couch we had been sitting on. There was a blanket. We took off our shoes and climbed under the blanket with our clothes on. I held her from the back, my face in all that red hair. I got hard. I dug it into her from behind, through her clothing. I heard her fingers clawing and digging into the edge of the couch. "I've got to go," I told Tammy. "Listen, all I've got to do is make Dancy some breakfast and drive her to school. It's okay if she sees you. Just wait here until I get back." "I'm going," I said. I drove home drunk. The sun was really up, painful and yellow. Chapter 44. I'd been sleeping on a terrible mattress with a spring sticking into me for several years. That afternoon, when I awakened, I pulled the mattress off the bed, dragged it outside, and leaned it against the trash bin. I walked back in and left the door open. It was 2 p.m. and hot. Tammy walked in and sat on the couch. "I've got to go," I told her. "I've got to go buy a mattress." "A mattress? Well, I'll leave." "No, Tammy, wait, please. The whole thing will take about 15 minutes. Wait here and have a beer." "All right," she said. There was a rebuilt mattress shop about 3 blocks down on Western. I parked in front and ran through the door. "Fellas, I need a mattress. Fast." "What kind of bed?" "Double." "We've got this one for $35. "I'll take it." "Can you take it in your car?" "I've got a Volks." "All right, we'll deliver it. Address?" Tammy was still there when I got back. "Where's the mattress?" It'll be along. Have another beer." "You got a pill?" She gave me a pill. The light shot through her red hair. Tammy had been voted Miss Sunny Bunny at the Orange County Fair in 1973. It was 4 years later now, but she still had it. She was big and ripe in all right places. The delivery man was at the door with the mattress. "Let me help you." The delivery man was a good soul. He helped me put it on the bed. Then he saw Tammy sitting on the couch. He grinned. "Hi," he said to her. "Thanks very much," I told him. I gave him $3, and he left. I went into the bedroom and looked at the mattress. Tammy followed. The mattress was wrapped in cellophane. I began ripping it off. Tammy helped. "Look at it. It's pretty," she said. "Yes, it is." It was bright and colorful. Roses, stems, leaves, curling vines. It looked like the Garden of Eden, and for $35. Tammy looked at it. "That mattress turns me on. I want to break it in. I want to be the first woman to fuck you on that mattress. I wonder who will be the second." Tammy walked into the bathroom. There was a silence. Then I heard the shower. I put on sheets and pillowcases, undressed, and climbed in. Tammy came out, young and wet. She sparkled. Her pubic hair was the same color as the hair on her head, red like fire. She paused before the mirror and pulled in her stomach. Those huge breasts rose toward the glass. I could see her back and front simultaneously. She walked over and climbed under the sheet. We slowly worked into it. We got into it, all that red hair on the pillow, as outside the sirens howled and the dogs barked. Chapter 45. Tammy came by that night. She appeared to be high on uppers. "I want some champagne," she said. "All right," I said. I handed her a 20. "Be right back," she said, walking out the door. Then the phone rang. It was Lydia. "I just wondered how you were doing." "Things are all right." "Not here. I'm pregnant." "What?" "And I don't know who the father is." "Oh?" "You know Dutch, the guy who hangs around the bar where I'm working now?" "Yes, old Baldy." "Well, he's really a nice guy. He's in love with me. He brings me flowers and candy. He wants to marry me. He's been real nice, and one night I went home with him. We did it." "All right." "Then there's Barney. He's married, but I like him. Of all the guys in the bar, he's the only one who never tried to put the make on me. It fascinated me. Well, I'm trying to sell my house, so he came over one afternoon. He just came by. He said he wanted to look the house over for a friend of his. I let him in. Well, he came at just the right time. The kids were in school, so I let him go ahead. Then, one night, this stranger came into the bar late. He asked me to go home with him. I told him no. Then he said he just wanted to sit in my car with me, talk to me. I said, all right. We sat in the car and talked. Then we shared a joint. Then he kissed me. That kiss did it. If he hadn't kissed me, I wouldn't have done it. Now I'm pregnant, and I don't know who. I have to wait and see who the child looks like." "All right, Lydia, lots of luck." "Thanks." I hung up. A minute passed, and then the phone rang again. It was Lydia. "Oh," she said, "I wondered how you were doing." "About the same. Horses and booze." "Then everything's all right with you?" "Not quite." "Well, what is it?" "Well, I sent this woman out for champagne." "Woman?" "Well, girl, really." "A girl? I sent her out with $20 for champagne, and she hasn't come back. I think I've been taken." "Chinaski, I don't want to hear about your women. Do you understand that?" "All right." Lydia hung up. There was a knock at the door. It was Tammy. She'd come back with the champagne and the change. Chapter 46. It was noon the next day when the phone rang. It was Lydia again. "Well, did she come back with the champagne?" "Who? Your whore." "Yes, she came back." "Then what happened?" "We drank the champagne. It was good stuff." "Then what happened?" "Well, shit." I heard a long, insane wail like a wolverine shot in the Arctic snow and left to bleed and die alone. She hung up. I slept most of the afternoon, and that night I drove out to the harness races. I lost $32, got into the Vokes, and drove back. I parked, walked up on the porch, and put the key into the door. All the lights were on. I looked around. Drawers were ripped out and overturned on the floor. The bed covers were on the floor. All my books were missing from the bookcase, including the books I had written, 20 or so. And my typewriter was gone, and my toaster was gone, and my radio was gone, and my paintings were gone. Lydia, I thought. All she'd left me was my TV, because she knew I never looked at it. I walked outside, and there was Lydia's car, but she wasn't in it. "Lydia," I said, "hey, baby." I walked up and down the street, and then I saw her feet, both of them, sticking out from behind a small tree up against an apartment house wall. I walked up to the tree and said, "Look, what the hell's the matter with you?" Lydia just stood there. She had 2 shopping bags full of my books and a portfolio of my paintings. Look, I've got to have my books and paintings back. They belong to me." Lydia came out from behind the tree, screaming. She took the paintings out and started tearing them. She threw the pieces in the air, and when they fell to the ground, she stomped on them. She was wearing her cowgirl boots. Then she took my books out of the shopping bags and started throwing them around out in the street, out on the lawn, everywhere. "Here are your paintings, here are your books, and don't tell me about your women, don't tell me about your women." Then Lydia ran down to my court with a book in her hand, my latest, the selected works of Henry Chinaski. She screamed, "So you want your books back? So you want your books back? Here are your goddamn books, and don't tell me about your women." She started smashing the glass panes in my front door. She took the selected works of Henry Chinaski and smashed pane after pane, screaming, "You want your books back? Here are your goddamn books, and don't tell me about your women. I don't want to hear about your women." I stood there and she screamed and broke glass. Where are the police, I thought. Where? Then Lydia ran down the court walk, took a quick left at the trash bin, and ran down the driveway of the apartment house next door. Behind a small bush was my typewriter, my radio, and my toaster. Lydia picked up the typewriter and ran out into the center of the street with it. It was a heavy, old-fashioned standard machine. Lydia lifted the typer high over her head with both hands, smashed it in the street. The platen and several other parts flew off. She picked the typer up again, raised it over her head, and screamed, "Don't tell me about your women!" and smashed it into the street again. Then Lydia jumped into her car and drove off. 15 seconds later, the police cruiser drove up. It's an orange Volks. It's called The Thing, looks like a tank. I don't remember the license number, but the letters are HCY, like hazy. Got it? Address? I gave them her address. Sure enough, they brought her back. I heard her in the back seat, wailing as they drove up. "Stand back," said one cop as he jumped out. He followed me up to my place. He walked inside and stepped on some broken glass. For some reason, he shone his flashlight on the ceiling and the ceiling moldings. "You want to press charges?" the cop asked me. "No, she has children. I don't want her to lose her kids. Her ex-husband is trying to get them from her. But please tell her that people aren't supposed to go around doing this sort of thing." "Okay," he said. "Now sign this." He wrote it down in hand in a little notebook with lined paper. It said that I, Henry Chinaski, would not press charges against one Lydia Vance. I signed it, and he left. I locked what was left of the door and went to bed and tried to sleep. In an hour or so, the phone rang. It was Lydia. She was back home. "You son of a bitch, you ever tell me about your women again, and I'll do the same thing all over again." She hung up. Chapter 47. 2 nights later, I went over to Tammy's place on Rustic Court. I knocked. The lights weren't on. It seemed empty. I looked in her mailbox. There were letters in there. I wrote a note. "Tammy, I have been trying to phone you. I came over and you weren't in. Are you all right? Phone me, Hank." I drove over at 11 a.m. the next morning. Her car wasn't out front. My note was still stuck in the door. I rang anyhow. The letters were still in the mailbox. I left a note in the mailbox. "Tammy, where the hell are you? Contact me, Hank." I drove all over the neighborhood looking for that smashed red Camaro. I returned that night. It was raining. My notes were wet. There was more mail in the box. I left her a book of my poems, inscribed. Then I went back to my Volks. I had a Maltese cross hanging from my rearview mirror. I cut the cross down, took it back to her place, and tied it around the doorknob. I didn't know where any of her friends lived, where her mother lived, where her lovers lived. I went back to my court and wrote some love poems. Chapter 48. I was sitting with an anarchist from Beverly Hills, Ben Solvnag, who was writing my biography, when I heard her footsteps on the court walk. I knew the sound. They're always fast and frantic and sexy, those tiny feet. I lived near the rear of the court. My door was open. Tammy ran in. We were both into each other's arms, hugging and kissing. Ben Solvnag said goodbye and was gone. "Those sons of bitches confiscated my stuff, all my stuff. I couldn't make the rent, that dirty son of a bitch." "I'll go over there and kick his ass. We'll get your stuff back." "No, he has guns, all kinds of guns." "Oh, my daughter is at my mother's. How about something to drink?" Sure. "What? Extra dry champagne." "Okay." The door was still open, and the afternoon sunlight came in through her hair. It was so long and so red it burned. "Can I take a bath?" she asked. "Of course." "Wait for me," she said. In the morning we talked about her finances. She had money coming in, child support plus a couple of unemployment checks, with more to come. "There's a vacancy in the place in back, right above me." "How much is it?" $105 with half of the utilities paid." "Oh, hell, I could make that. Do they take children? A child?" "They will. I've got pull. I know the managers." By Sunday she was moved in. She was right above me. She could look into my kitchen, where I typed my things on the breakfast nook table. Chapter 49. That Tuesday night we were sitting at my place drinking. Tammy, me, and her brother Jay. The phone rang. It was Bobby. "Louis and his wife are down here, and she'd like to meet you." Louis was the one who had just vacated Tammy's place. He played in jazz groups at small clubs and wasn't having much luck. But he was an interesting sort. "I'd rather just forget it, Bobby. Louis will be hurt if you don't come down here." "Okay, Bobby, but I'm bringing a couple of friends." We went down, and the introductions went around. Then Bobby brought out some of his bargain beer. There was stereo music going, and it was loud. "I read your story at night," said Louis. "It was a strange one. You never fucked a dead woman, have you?" "It just seemed like some of them were dead." "I know what you mean." "I hate that music," said Tammy. How's the music going, Louis?" "Well, I've got a new group now. If we can hang together long enough, we might make it." "I think I'll suck somebody off," said Tammy. "I think I'll suck off Bobby. I think I'll suck off Louis. I think I'll suck off my brother." Tammy was dressed in a long outfit that looked something like an evening dress and something like a nightgown. Valerie, Bobby's wife, was at work. She worked 2 nights a week as a barmaid. Louis and his wife, Paula, and Bobby had been drinking for some time. Louis took a gulp of the bargain beer, started to get sick, jumped up and ran out the front door. Tammy jumped up and ran out the door after him. After a bit, they both walked in together. "Let's get the hell out of here," Louis said to Paula. "All right," she said. They got up and left together. Bobby got out some more beer. Jay and I talked about something. Then I heard Bobby. "Don't blame me, man. Hey, man, don't blame me." I looked. Tammy had her head in Bobby's lap, and she had her hand on his balls, and then she moved it up and grabbed his cock and held his cock, and all the time her eyes looked directly at me. I took a hit of my beer, put it down, got up, and walked out. Chapter 50. I saw Bobby out front the next day when I went to buy a newspaper. "Louis phoned," he said. "He told me what happened to him." "Yeah." "He ran outside to vomit, and Tammy grabbed his cock while he was vomiting, and she said, 'Come on upstairs and I'll suck you off. Then we'll stick your dick in an Easter egg.' He told her no, and she said, 'What's the matter? Aren't you a man? Can't you hold your liquor? Come upstairs and I'll suck you off.' I went down to the corner and bought the newspaper. I came back and checked the race results, read about the knifings, the rapes, the murders. There was a knock. I opened the door. It was Tammy. She came in and sat down. "Look," she said, "I'm sorry if I hurt you acting like I did, but that's all I'm sorry for. The rest of it is just me." "It's all right," I said, "but you hurt Paula, too, when you ran out the door after Louis. They're together, you know." "Shit!" she screamed at me. "I don't know Paula from Adam."